really do believe that Starry Studios needs to think about their content drops. As a member of their creator program, they also need to think about clarity of communication. There's a really big problem right now, and I believe it's basically just a translation problem between Chinese and English. But there is a big difference between telling me I have to do 4 long form and 6 shorts, and the statement of you have to do at least 4 long form if you want long form category credit, and you have to do at least 6 short form if you want short form category credit. Those 2 examples are not synonymous, and they need to kind of focus on that, because that makes a big difference if I even bother. Like, I either bother making YouTube content, because I'm not, hey, what's up, Kellner? I'm not going to make that much short form content. I am not a short form content guy. I'm not an entertaining guy. I'm an educational guy. If you want me to just throw out short form content, I can. But even the news announcements that they give us don't lend themselves to short form content. One person I just saw mentioned in the game chat, they're like, I thought the new deviation thing we're getting next week would be more SCP. It's going to be more Pokemon. Yeah, it is. That's not a wrong statement. I also think that Starry needs to be better about spacing out their content. Is it getting anywhere close? Ashes of Creation? Fuck no. Like, let me just say this, Kalnor. I have 3 videos on Ashes of Creation. One came out every week for the last 3 weeks. You're probably going to want to watch them, and I won't be offended if you watch them at times too. Apparently, they scrapped everything and restarted back in, I think Waynick meant in just January of 2022, because they did their Unreal Engine 5 port in December of 2021, and he said they restarted in January 2021. I don't think those numbers line up, but it's not my statement. But no, fuck no, they're not getting anywhere close. They still don't have Summoner in, but apparently Summoner's coming in a big push in November, because they're going to start doing a big marketing push. Well, I don't want to shit on Ashes of Creation. It's not fun for me, because shitting on Ashes of Creation is like kicking an old lady down a flight of stairs. I mean, there's no reason to do it. With that said, I understand that they have problems. Imagine if they stayed in Unreal Engine 4, their game would be dead on arrival. If they don't have much of a product right now. They don't have any product right now. They have a testing environment that every single time they do a patch or something goes wrong. Yeah, the game is dead away right now as it is. One of the biggest Ashes of content creators left. If you're talking about Richie, inconsequential. I like Richie. I think Richie's a good guy. I think Richie stayed positive. Completely inconsequential though. I leave, Narc leaves, Death Proxy leaves, Ziz leaves. Somebody takes their praise. I'm not shitting on Richie. This isn't a shit on Richie, so that we're all clear. Richie leaving the Ashes of Creation content creator space, it means absolutely nothing. It means absolutely nothing. If Lazy Peon never made another piece of content again, that would mean something. If I guess Dusty is their flagship streamer right now. Because I don't give a shit about the product. I guess he's their flagship streamer. If he left, maybe that means something. But Richie leaving is completely inconsequential. All that does is it creates a void where another creator can step up and move in. I know Nice Gaming left the Discord because of racism. And of course, Steven's response to racism is absolutely one of the worst responses, but he's never going to be told he's wrong. I mean, he'll be told he's wrong. He's never going to listen to it. Well, we're going to confine the toxicity to one thing. It's a slap to ashes. Let me stop you. No, it's not. Okay? It's absolutely not. Richie leaving Ashes of Creation is completely inconsequential. Let me show you. Now, again, this isn't me shitting on Richie, right? I'm not shitting on Richie. I mean, that's bullshit. You're jumping around a bit. Give me a second. So, right? And this is not this is not me shit talking Richie. I think Richie makes good content. But you're saying it's like a big content creator left. Wasn't even a big content creator. Okay? These are the numbers. Numbers are better than mine were, but mine really were at the bottom. This is these are inconsequential numbers. These are margin of error rounding numbers on an Asmongold video or a Pirate Software video or a Lazy Peon video. 15,000. What 9,000, 4,000, 10,000, 6.3, 4.3, 3.8, 1.8, 5.8, 5, inconsequential. Totally meaningless. Now, the racism thing. Steven doesn't give a shit. Steven only gives a shit about his community when his community turns on him, and then the only steps he takes to clean up the community are the ones that he needs to take to get the community to like him again. Steven got downvoted into the fucking Netherrealm on his own Discord. Because you're fucking making bad calls. You made a bad call. Saying, I don't want this toxicity on my Discord, so I'm going to create 2 channels or 3 channels, and it all has to stay in there. As I've said, I don't give a shit about my language. I spent far too much of my life in an organized setting where I wasn't allowed to cuss, wasn't allowed to be profane. You don't like my profanity, I understand. I'm not going to change because I'm not going to be somebody I'm not. But I have the ability to not be profane if the situation calls for it. This one goes back upstairs. If the situation calls for it. If you want your community to be better behaved, then what you do is you have really high standards for your community. I'm on a number of Discords where there is no cussing, period. The 7 words you can't say on TV, you can't say on these Discords. I have no problem existing there. I am perfectly capable of being on a Discord where I can't say fuck. Now, the nice thing about the Discord is the way they have it set up is it'll shake the screen and delete the message. That kind of annoys me because I would prefer if I could go in and like remove it, but I'm okay with it because it's their house. It's their house. After a couple of minutes of being on that Discord, I find myself not inadvertently trying to swear. If you want to clean up your community, then you're going to have to pay some people in your community to go back through your Discord and clean up a lot of shit. But when you have to specifically have racism pointed out to you, it means that you have a coverage problem, a moderation problem, or whatever. If you can't moderate your Discord 24 hours a day, then the simple answer to that is set all of your channels up, and then when the last employee who's responsible for monitoring Discord leaves for the day, click off the ability for members to be able to talk, which is a one-button push. You literally press one button. You're in one that stars it, but you can, yeah. Are they finally realizing that Discord is the representation of the company and the game, and they really need to make sure it's not making them look bad? That's a great question, but the time for that has come and gone already. There are, and this is anecdotal evidence. It's just anecdotal. But anecdotal evidence is the beginning of empirical data collection. I have over 100 people that wanted to buy into, excuse me, I'm not feeling the greatest. I had over 100 people that wanted to buy into Alpha 1 from my community. They went to that Discord and they were horrified how people were treated. Okay? They were horrified. Over 100 people from my community didn't buy Alpha 1. Now, what annoys me about that, and I'll give you my personal stake in that. That's 100 people that I courted to come to the game and buy a pack. That's $7,500 in affiliate fees. That's $50,000 in money Intrepid didn't make because of how their Discord acts. How their Discord, yeah. For Kalinor, it was a cesspool when he was there. There's somebody who sold a Kickstarter account because, yeah, there's one. There's somebody who sold a Kickstarter account because they went there and they were basically, and I hate to use this phrase because their gender is female, but they got gangbanged on when they started talking. The time for you to moderate your Discord with these half measures is over. They need to say, hey, all this toxicity is getting right the fuck off our Discord. I just saw they had another problem yesterday with a patch with diminishing returns. They don't pay the mods. I know they don't pay the mods, but I don't know for a fact that they don't compensate the mods. Because if you're getting game time or something in exchange, if you're getting a Kickstarter, I don't know the terms of their whatever. I know they don't pay their mods. Their mods are unpaid. Whether or not they're going to be uncompensated in the end, I don't know. Which is a different sort of deal, right? Their words matter. So every company, Beanie, every company let mods RMT. Okay. There was some situation where a former moderator was selling or facilitating gray market transfers of Kickstarter codes. But that individual was only doing the codes, not accounts. But this is a problem that Intrepid has, and they're never going to be able to not have this problem. Intrepid did their Kickstarter way before they should have. And now there's no way for them to undo that. They literally started talking about their product years before they even knew what the product looked like. Yeah, way before they should have. Now, I just did a video where I talked about the Yaya Legacy Trust with Intrepid Studios. And I have some questions that Steven will never answer because there's no There's no good answers for. The videos all spell it out. I don't know what Intrepid's plan is. I don't know what their direction is. But I don't know why you allow 4.4% of your company to be absorbed. Because you didn't pay debt back on the creditor schedule. And the only way you know exactly all the details is if you have access to all of the books, which I don't. But I do know that there's a lot of problems with how things have happened. And so until Steven wants to give more information, there's really no reason to talk about the money anymore. And what I find funny now is there's people coming to the most recent video that I did, and they're like, well, you're using the word creditor and you're using the word investor, and they're not really investors, they're creditors. Look, if we want to use the common business terms, we'll use the common business terms. If you want to use Black's Law Dictionary, I can do those. Did those people invest in Intrepid or lend money to Steven? They invested... Well, that's a great question, and let me make sure that I break it down specifically. One organization invested in Intrepid $1 million at a 5% annual compounding rate with the option to convert at each of the 8 thresholds 0.275% of equity in Intrepid's common stock. A year later, that promissory note got converted so that it would be preferred stock, and then sometime in the next year, they must have exercised their right to reinvest another $1 million. But what I don't understand then is how there was enough time for that to accumulate another 2.2%, because they didn't include all the paperwork. Let me just say this. There's paperwork missing. Or everybody was signing it, in my opinion, bad paperwork, including the piece of paperwork that has a typo on it. I don't ever sign anything with a typo. Period. End of discussion. If it has a typo on it, I'm not signing it. I don't do line throughs. I don't do scratch throughs. People that do business with me know, if the paperwork has a mistake, we're not signing, which is why I require all paperwork 3 days in advance. I always do a Saturday show. I play video games on Saturdays. I don't do politics on Saturdays. Thursdays and Saturdays is my time to chillax. Could they be those people that invested, want their money back, and that's why they're trying to generate some income with marketing for Harbinger? No, because Core, that's a great thought process. But when they already own the stock, the only way you get the stock back from them is, one, if there's a piece of paperwork I haven't been privy to that says Intrepid has the right to buy back at whatever value, or two, if you've negotiated with them and they want to be bought out. Now, since we haven't seen their articles of incorporation, we haven't seen the other bits and bobs, it's impossible to know all of the details. And I am never going to stand up here and profess to know all of the details of anybody else's business, because that's nearly impossible. But something is definitely wrong. Yeah, they're talking about the alpha update like it's an expansion. But what's also very odd to me is that when Steven was on the Golden Feather Tavern last week, he was talking about expansion packs. Like, dude, you're in fuck or walk mode. You're in 5 years, 8 months, 19 days late mode with no fucking public roadmap. You don't have, like, you put a system online last night that somehow had no diminishing returns. Well, as Karthos and I have talked about with game developer friends of ours, and then we've come back with the consensus, there's something definitely wrong with a lot of Intrepid systems. Because they're talking about and it's like they say gobbledygook, and 95% of people just nod their head and they say, oh yeah, that makes sense. They're like, it's just a display error with the Node XP. Okay. A display error, and if Salty Bread is here, Salty Bread will tell you how far off I am on this. A display error, it should be really easy to fix, because if you have two things in your game, you have a fixed requirement. Well, that's going to be the bottom of the bar. Because this number is, if this is a fixed requirement, there's a chart or a table somewhere in your code that says, if level 3, then XP required 5,000. And then the display should be going to the table and simply there is a value. Node 117 current XP equals blah. And that's all it should be doing. It's not the display part to say, oh, it's not a big problem on the back end, it's just a display error. That's 1 to 3 hours to fix. Because that means your in-game menu is, it either doesn't fucking work at all, and that's more than 1 to 3 hours. Or if it's working, it means it's just pointed at the wrong value. But when you start talking about, like the week before, oh, we're gonna have to manually add XP. What? When you start saying stuff like, well, nodes are losing XP for some reason and we don't know what it is. Did somebody code in the atrophy piece and then is no longer with the company? Like, precisely what the fuck are you talking about? Right? Precisely what the fuck are you talking about that, like, nodes shouldn't be losing XP. Nodes should be losing XP. Unless you're going to say nodes are losing XP, we don't know why, and nobody has ever coded in atrophy, then that would be obviously that would be a different discussion. But it's like they say things and you're just supposed to believe them. Hold on, my cats are going donkey balls. Sorry. This is the culprit. Nobody else is up yet. Everybody else is still kind of sick. And she doesn't take naps. She is the strangest dog ever. Don't tell her she's a cat. This is the strangest dog ever. She doesn't nap all day. So it's right around the time that the 4 boys that are out in the main part of the house have all gone to take their naps. She doesn't take naps. She's up all day like a human. She thinks she's a human baby. Hi. But there are 100 different ways. Right, Salty Bread. But what I'm saying is, let me take it back down a little simpler. Somewhere in all of your code, There is a final number for what the current XP is. Your display should just be looking at that final number. There's a sum value. If the display isn't working at all, then that's fucked. But if it's working and it's not showing the right number, if the number is right in the code, but the display is wrong, that's an easy fix. If the number is wrong in the display and it's wrong in the code, that's a harder fix. Because now you need to figure out why the number isn't right in the code. Which what I can't understand is why Intrepid doesn't fathom that they can just be honest. Like, Steven cultivated an amazing community back in 2017, 2018, and then I think he hired on the wrong person to be the community liaison. It might be looking at the correct number in the main table, but simply might not be automatically updating. Sure. Actually, that makes perfect sense. See, Salty Bread knows how to translate English to Jalan. That makes perfect sense. It might be taking a static shot and not updating in real time. And without seeing the code, it's impossible to know. But if it's a display error, it shouldn't be a hard problem to fix, theoretically. If it's a math problem in the code, that's going to be a harder problem. Intrepid could... I don't know why they've never just adhered to the idea of honesty is the best policy. I did see that Steven is finally attempting to moderate his Discord. It's a good effort. It's not going to work, but it's a good effort. The way he did... See, what you got to remember is, what were some of the charming things that Steven said the other day? Steven wants to be able to be a person, right? Steven wants to be able to be a person, but you can't be a person if you want to be a leader. Steven said on his own Discord, what was one of the wonderful charming things he said? Steven said to a user on the Discord, "Calm your tits." Steven also said, "Y'all bitches be yapping." Hold on, I gotta deal with this cat one more time. Okay. Now, if somebody said to me today on my YouTube, they said, "I'm probably gonna dip out of this YouTube if this is how you talk to your community." And I responded with, "That's cool, because my community is a combination of Athens and Sparta. Everybody in my community, it has the right to an opinion, but everybody in my community is responsible for the words of their voice. If you're not strong enough in your words, don't speak." That's a really good plan in my community. But if you want to have a company and you want to be able to make statements like "calm your tits" or "y'all bitches be yapping," realize that's going to cost you player base. That's going to cost you players. There's probably a lot of people that are going to hear that comment and they're going to say, "Well, we don't want those soft, weak people in our game anyway." You're right, which is why I don't want intellectually soft, weak people in my community. I have no problem with you saying that. You don't want the soft, weak people in your community. No problem. No problem at all. But what you're going to have to come to terms with is toxic breeds toxic. Toxic breeds toxicity. I don't allow people ever to be racist, sexist, homophobic, or transphobic. Yeah, the Dystopian album, I love it. But I don't allow people in my community to be racist, sexist, homophobic, or transphobic. I simply do not allow it. It is simply not, it is not permissible. And if somebody says something borderline, I ask them to clarify it so that they have the chance to redeem themselves. If they don't want to clarify it, that's fine. You don't have to. But at the same time, if you don't, you don't get to stay here, because I don't want to deal with that shit. Steven wants to have. Do you believe that there's favoritism by Steven to some guilds like Polar? Abso-fucking-lutely there is. And until I'm given definitive proof otherwise, what I will say is, I was told that Steven was actually in the Envious Discord before DA sold it to wherever it went. Now, again, I have no confirmation of the truth of these things. That's why I said this is what I was told. A CEO of a company. Yeah, you need to present yourself in professional ways when you're the head of the company. The CEO of a company is a person. But that person is always on display. You don't get to say, oh, well, I don't talk to them during the day. I talk to them, I only talk to them at night when I'm not working. Because even if that is true, right, it's still going to present as favoritism. And I will be the first to say, I had direct access to Steven via PM right after each live stream. Was it favoritism? Yes. Was there a reason for it? Also, yes. Because I did the Ashes 101 show, I answered an awful lot of questions for Intrepid Studios. So when Steven would say something in stark contrast to a previous statement, I had access to him so that I could say, I'm going to need clarification on that. Going to need clarification on that. Going to need clarification on that. And I would just send it to him. And in total transparency, what would happen a lot of times was he would say to me, stand by. And then he would give me clarification, or he would make a statement on the Discord that said, hey, during today's live stream, I said, let me clarify. So if it was something important enough he felt he needed to clarify, he did that. And that's good. Giving the Lazy Peon, Asmongold, Tim the Tatman, Summit, Shroud, priority access to Steven isn't a bad thing. Is it favoritism? Yes, it is. Is it a bad thing? No, it is not. Giving big creators priority access to a guy is the smart play because it's free marketing. I think people have a hard time accepting inequality isn't always wrong. Steven was just on the Golden Feather. Realistically speaking, the juice wasn't worth the squeeze. Intrepid Studios won't see a big enough uptick in sales from their Golden Feather episode to really warrant Steven cutting out that time to do the show. But that's a really good thing for Steven to do, because what it does is it gives hope to small creators that they too one day will get an interview with him. So you have to think about what's the baseline. The interview was boring. The interview was it was a softball piece. It was a personality piece. The CEO is a person, but the person is a representative of their company. If the CEO is running around on Discord being childish, that reflects poorly on the company, especially when the company hasn't even managed to release a working product yet. Yes, and that is what is going to be hard for some fans of Steven. some fans of Intrepid Studios to grasp. When was the last non-softball piece involving Steven? That would be unfair for me to answer. Because of course I'm gonna say the last time that Steven did anybody threw Steven hard-hitting questions was me. But I understand why those creators don't do it. I'm uniquely blessed. I don't have to do this. As I've said many times, when my health reaches a certain level, I'm done. There's no debate, there's no discussion. There's no worry, there's no concern. When my health reaches a certain point, I will do one more show and I will say, guys, I'm done. My health has crossed the XY axis point that I have plotted for myself when I can no longer do the show. And that really is it. I understand why like people don't want to hit Steven with the hard-hitting questions. Because they'll never get another interview again. And they'll never get another interview with Steven again. They'll probably quite possibly never get another interview with anybody again. People say that about me. They're like, you're never going to get interviews with other companies. That's fine. I don't need them. But interestingly enough, there are other companies that like working with me. Because I don't bring just content creation to the table. I bring answers. When I see a problem, I go find answers. It's not just, oh, do you think? It really is, hey, what's fucking wrong with this? I was streaming Once Human on Discord off my phone by screen share, then it cut out twice and discontinued the stream. I have no idea, man. I don't stream from a phone. No idea. I stream from a 2-PC setup. I don't even make my TikToks on my phone. I make my TikToks on my PC, then I ship them to my phone, then I load them from my phone. So I have no idea. I'm gonna guess that if you're playing from your phone and you're streaming from your phone's probably not strong enough to do that. Most people that stream the mobile actually do it from a PC and they do it from an emulator, or they have their phone connected to their PC if they're streaming the mobile version. A lot of people do it off the emulator though. Seems like all interviews nowadays play it too cautious. Well, as Kalinor said, it has to do with access journalism. The problem with access journalism is you're basically curating, like where I said the biggest joke ever was when Margaret said I had to pre-submit all of my questions, and then I told Steven because I don't think Margaret understood Steven and I were I'm not gonna say friends. I mean, I was a friend to him for my part, but I'm a true friend, not an enabler. I said, hey, what's up with me having to get all my questions pre-approved? And he's like, you can ask whatever you want. Well, if the fucking CEO is going to tell me I can ask whatever I want, then why the fuck are you why is the community marketing lead, now the director of communications, making it seem like what exactly? Sure, these are the questions I'm going to ask. Here you go. But if the course of the interview takes us down a road, I'm going to ask whatever I want. If Steven doesn't like the question, he's got choices. He's like, I'm not going to answer that. Next question. I did notice on some of the questions Steven gets asked, he gets asked a question and he never answers it. He does political spin. He takes an answer and he spins it off to something else, which is fine. He can do that. It's not a sin. It's not a crime. But just know that it's been noticed. I really wish Starry Studios would put in bullseye mods that are actually worthwhile, because they're not. Okay. Let's do armor first. I don't need any more bullseye mods. Vrel's all mad because the first build I made was a bullseye mod, a bullseye build about a year ago, and it's really solid. And now we're getting a new bullseye weapon, and he literally is telling me I'm not allowed to get it. You're not allowed to get it. You're not allowed to have that weapon. Bull fucking shit, I'm taking that weapon. That weapon's coming home with me. Anyway, back to Starry Studios. You could probably fucking one mag the giant with bingo, and you're like, man, these mods suck. Yeah, pretty. I can't one mag the Forsaken Giant because he goes immune, but I could probably kill him with, I would say, less than 30 shots, less than 30 bullets out of the bullseye. Didn't get where we wanted. Oh, by the way, what do I like more for bosses? Bounce or shrapnel? Bosses, shrapnel. Bosses with a lot of ads, bounce. But bosses, shrapnel. So like the fridge boss, shrapnel. The fridge boss, shrapnel. The EX1 boss, shrapnel. But most of the other boss fights, I like bounce. Because there's enough trash. By the way, tomorrow I'm going to be doing an extra stream. Because I really want to showcase a game that somebody turned me on to. So I'll be live for a couple hours tomorrow too. Game is amazing. You know, it would just be nice if they would just let us build the mods. If they're gonna let us do everything else. Have I heard of Fellowship? No. I'll write it down on the list. What's the other one? Shit, I lost. Oh, there it is. Light No Fire, Where Winds Meet. Both, Where Winds Meet is looking like it might be a 60-day game. Oh, is that what Fellowship is? Yeah, I'd seen that idea where it was basically like you don't have all the other bits. Yeah, I know I'm leaving you suspense. All baiting the hook, man. Can get you back tomorrow. Wait, what? It said it was going to be 1.68 million to roll that mod. What? That doesn't work, right? That's inflation for rolling bullseye. All right. I don't think I'm gonna be able to force one. Yeah, I can't. Can't get one to give me the stats. The part I'm at with bullseye is I need specific stats on my mods, and I'm just not getting them. Baited my hook long ago, and I'm here 90% of the time your notifications pop up. Oh, there you go. The name of the game is Warborn Above Ashes, which I think is just hilarious because Warborn, yeah, it's the one that's WoW Dungeons. Warborn is a race from Arcage, so I just think it's funny. They named their game Warborn Above Ashes, and I can only think of a Warborn standing on the Ashes of Creation logo. Like, fuck you. Yeah, I can't fucking get the stats I need for the life of me. I'm gonna stop, otherwise I'm gonna burn through all my chowder. No news on Arcage 2. I have a video on Arcage 2 on my YouTube channel. The most recent update is that, well, you're not going to get a lot of Arcage 2 news. And I'll tell you why. Because Cacao Games is publishing both Chrono Odyssey and Arcage 2. And they're not going to want to walk on their own games. Because Chrono Odyssey delayed by a good 7 or 8 months. Just till their next beta. You're not going to see any Arcage 2 news. Because there's no point to the news. If they were to give you Arcage 2 news right now, yeah, it's only a successor in title. It's a completely different style game. Jake Song is no longer with XL Games. Jake Song left. So Jake Song's opinion doesn't really matter. He's gone. Which is a shame because in all honesty, Jake Song was the idea guy behind the studio. But where you're going to see some interesting changes now in the gamer space is, and I hate to just fucking dog on Ashes. It brings me no joy to do. But Steven has built a game that literally, being generous, less than 5% of the player base would actually want. I don't see how. I don't see how he believes the bulk of the player base wants a grind game. And some people have said, well, you got to give them time to design the quests. Dude, first of all, if you're at this point and you don't have more content made, that's problematic. But you had quests in other builds, why aren't you using them? And then the one thing that makes me just want to puke in my soup is every time Steven fights back with the whole, well, we're gathering valuable data. No, you're not. No, you're not. As a project manager, I'm telling you, you're not gathering valuable data. Because if you're having to make changes every single day, number one, you're not making data-driven decisions. because you're not watching. You've already had a bulk of people rush to level 25. So what data are you getting when you already have geared people? That's why you should never you shouldn't be at the point where you're at persistent testing. You should be wiping the server all the time. You're not seeing the mistakes because you don't have enough people going through. You already have less than, I believe, 12% of your total testing population could even be online simultaneously if they wanted to. So I hate when I see somebody who uses Dunning-Kruger and says there's a lot of armchair development. Yeah, man, say that shit to me because I'm a project manager. Like, I actually have like infinitely more experience as a project manager than anybody at your company. You're not getting valuable data. Or if you're getting valuable data, you think it's valuable, but somebody else from outside wouldn't think that. I don't like I'm not hitting for every shot over 100,000. I don't like that. This hardcore idea that they're going to backfire as fuck. The old school nostalgia only goes so far. That's going to appeal to such a subset of people. You're right. You are absolutely right. Hardcore game is only going to appeal to a small subset of players because the world that we live in, and I say this, right? And I think the older people, the people in their 40s and 50s, will agree with me. 25 years ago, when we were playing MMORPGs, the world was different. The world was really, 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 really different. I gamed online at least 4 nights a week. Two nights a week was either LARP or tabletop, and one was taking my girlfriend out to dinner and a movie so I could get laid. Like a guaranteed butter zone. It would have been fine for a guy who was 15 in 2020. Exactly. And I also want to say this. Kalinor doesn't have time for a hardcore game. He's a grown-ass man with real-life responsibilities. That isn't the type of nostalgia I'm talking about. That type doesn't require tons of time involvement across an extended period while also competing with other players. Well, what I mean is that I can remember 26 years ago. There wasn't a lot else going on still. Like, I was a gamer, I owned a computer. Oh, old school nostalgia is a big deal. That's all right, but what he's talking about yeah, lots of people like retro. I think you're confusing. You're walking retro on top of nostalgia. Like, that's why I can't hear shit. You're walking nostalgia and retro on top of each other. Lots of people like retro games. What people don't like is bad retro. Like, Contra's fun as fuck. In fact, retro and nostalgia together is why next week or in 10 days, I'll be playing Final Fantasy Tactics. I won't be doing politics shows. I won't be doing Once Human, I won't be, that's why I'm playing Once Human today, and then I'll show that other game tomorrow. I won't be doing any of those other things because that's my jam. Final Fantasy Tactics is my jam. And yeah, I've just played it in the last 2 years on stream through PlayStation 2. But it came out. I love the fact that they re-released it. I love the fact that we're getting the Japanese mini-games, content we've never seen before. I don't have the time or want to take 6 weeks to level a character if I can only play each day, but then other people will hit that level in 1 week. See, you're absolutely right. Something like Classic WoW, it has the grind involved for leveling, but the journey is the game, but a hardcore experience is just something I don't have time for. Let me take both those points. There is nothing wrong with a game that takes over a year to reach max level. There is nothing wrong with that. In fact, if you want the fastest, simplest way to throttle the game, a mobile game did this, and I thought it was pretty amazing. Mobile game literally gets to a level, and then you're locked for like 7 days while they run an event that gives more experience that everybody else catches up. Yes, it's a mobile game tactic, but I think it absolutely works. It absolutely works brilliantly. I think there is something to be said for putting a hard cap on how quickly people can progress, but you do it in such a way that it doesn't seem heavy-handed. So, for example, you're going to have 15 levels in your game. You're going to do it like Dungeons and Dragons. Well, at level 4, players should get to level 4 pretty quickly so that they see some meaningful player development, meaningful character development. At level 4, you have to find Sprocket. Well, there's a lot of steps to finding Sprocket. What I've always talked about is you do that alternate world idea. If you want to experience the entire quest line of finding Sprocket, you can. Or you can stay on the main world. You can keep your memory in the main world, and although you're only level 2, there's people running around trying to find Sprocket, but it's going to take them, let's say, 3 weeks to do. Well, nobody can level up to 5 because you need a blessing from the Sprocket cat in order to level up. You get content that makes you the hero of the server because you found the damn cat. Meanwhile, the people that are lagging behind get the opportunity to catch up to you. They don't miss the content, though, because when they walk up to where Sprocket is, Sprocket says, I can level you up now, or would you like to know how all of this played out? Yes, I'd like to know how all this would played out. Swirl the screen, drop them on a shard where he's not standing there yet. That way they can experience it. That way everybody wins. Nobody misses out any of the story, but you don't get people that are already level 10 while other people are level 2. It throttles people. It's just such an elegant solution to an inelegant problem of you can't have people feeling like, oh, I shouldn't play because I'm already far behind. It's kind of like Final Fantasy 14 does. Even though there's no real reason for them to be throttling people. The first 7 weeks of the new 8-man dungeon comes out. You need 7 blade shards in order to make your weapon. On the beginning of the 8th week, when they release the new content, sometimes, other times it's delayed, but now you only need 4 blade shards. Or you still need 7, but instead of only being able to get 1 a week, you can run it multiple times and get multiple blade shards. That works because what it does is it rewards the people who went ahead and did the content weekly, but it allows the people who say, I hate doing this shit weekly, the opportunity to catch up and not fall behind. You're trying to keep everybody as close in power as possible, or you're saying, I don't give a fuck about that. I gotta say, my belief is there are a bunch of games you'd probably like playing out there for you to find. I'm not familiar with what you're into, but outside looking in, it sounds like you complain about the same 3 games. No, I complain about lots of games. The conversation just, like today's conversation, I started talking about Once Human and people took me right to Ashes. I have a whole list. I have a whole fucking list of games right now. I'm playing a run through of Baldur's Gate 3 again. Baldur's Gate 3 and Cyberpunk are really like 2 games I don't have any complaints with. Okay, I have 2 complaints with Cyberpunk, if I'm being honest. Number 1 was the launch day thing. The fucking floating pine trees was just embarrassing. And then, the fact that no matter how hard you try, you can't get V a happy ending. I like begged fucking CD Projekt Red, give V a happy ending. Why would it fucking kill you to give him a happy ending? Why can't he just have a happy ending where he just quits the life? Like, he's just done. He leaves. Yeah. I buy games when they're new, when they're released. When I do that, it's so my community can see the state the game is in, so that they don't waste their money. Because I do it, it's a business expense. Yeah, they still need to work on the mob AI here. They had the mob AI kind of tuned for a while, and I don't know what they did. It could be the servers. I doubt it though, because the server icon in the top right hand corner will throw a fit when it's overloaded. I found out what was wrong with my OBS, what was wrong with my capture card. Somehow the capture card decided that it wanted to be like 4K resolution again. So it was porting over a 4K grab, and then it was downscaling it. And I'm just like, don't do that. Like, don't fucking touch. That is the one problem I have with OBS. I hate OBS sometimes because OBS likes to touch. Like, get out of my sandwich. In Helldivers 2, they just turned off a whole enemy variant because people complained they were too hard. Now they're being tuned for 5 weeks. I think that's actually a really good thing for Helldivers 2 to do. For the developers to do, and here's why. Helldivers 2 is still walking a very fine line with their community for the shit that they pulled. They need to be really, really careful about not alienating their community. I have thought about going to play Helldivers 2. It seems like the kind of game that I would enjoy. But I don't really want to get involved. I'm under it. I don't want to get involved in anything else until after my October trip. Fuck, man, did you see that guy just died? That fucking guy just died at Universal Studios. Fucking guy got off of the Star Racers, and he had multiple blunt force contusions, and he fucking died. And then that's when people found, yeah, you can look it up. Man dies at Universal Studio. Man dies at Epic Universe will be the headline. Guy fucking died, and the ride is closed, and then a bunch of people just found out now. Like, they didn't know this. Roller coasters aren't federally regulated. It was like, you didn't know? Felt like the fucking road dog for the 90s. Oh, you didn't know? You didn't know roller coasters aren't federally regulated? They have to follow Universal Building Code. They have to follow International Building Code. But there's not like a roller coaster inspection federal authority. Your ass better call somebody. Wood coasters now officially scary. Yeah, they should be. Although, wood roller coasters are usually safer because they don't go upside down. But yeah, the guy died. I felt bad. Could you imagine being at the park that day and being the next people to get on in line, and then finding out the ride is closed because somebody in front of you died? I do think that Starry Studios and NetEase have to get in sync with their content release. They're releasing the new Deviation scenario at the same time as they're releasing the new Lunar Cycle. Like, these guys do a really big content push, and then they don't drop any new content for a long period of time. Like, I don't know why. I don't know why they think that's the good way to do it. The good way to do it would be Endless Dream comes out. However long Endless Dream is designed to be, say 6 weeks. 6 weeks later, release the new Lunar Cycle. Like, use big content, little content, big content, little content. I'm the type of player who helps to level up. I used to be that player, and I still am for my guild mates, but I made the decision a while ago. I'm not running another guild. I'm done running guilds. I'm too fucking old. I'm too fucking tired. I'm too damn blind. I don't have it in me to. I don't have it in me to be up until like 2 o'clock in the morning, because that's the only time a person can run their content. I can't do it anymore. I wanna be a member of a guild, but I don't want to run a guild again. Ashes of Creation was going to be the last time I ran a guild. Not interested in doing it anymore. I gotta find a good guild leader. Come on, touchy feely, get your fucking tentacles down here. 117. Saw a 129. $95. 139. So you can't really use this guy anymore for testing damage because you don't apply bullseye to him. I'm a horrible guild leader, but a good general that loves strategy. Yeah, I've always said I'm a strategic thinker. I'm not a tactical thinker. I'll tell you what I need done, but I'll tell you what objective I need achieved, but I'm not going to tell you how to achieve it. It's like in EVE Online, I was not the person you wanted. I was not a shot caller in EVE. I was a very quick math person when we would like drop a pause. When we'd be attacking a pause, be like, yeah, you know what? We're gonna have to take out a couple of those guns. We're taking too much damage. But it was more along the lines of when people would be like, who do I... Like, I knew my job. Most of the time I flew like a harpy. My job was to kill interceptors and pods. That was my job. Or they shoved my ass in a command ship. Oh. But yeah, unfortunately, we're getting the new deviation. We're getting the new deviation content, which means I'm gonna have to go to a new server on a character, but I'm not taking this character. Who do we need to petition about that fresh server we were talking about the other day? I don't think they would ever do it, simply because I think the only way CCP would ever do a new EVE cluster would be conditional pre-sales. If the game was going to cost like $79.99 to cover all of the content they'd ever made, and then they'd have to have like whatever 500,000 pre-sales. If they don't hit that number, then they're not going to go ahead with it. I think that's the only way they would do it, because they would lose so many of their players on the legacy servers just due to being angry. But the problem is the players on the legacy cluster are the reason there's never any fresh players on EVE. It's like you fucking abuse. It's like I don't get people that have been playing a game for 20 years and then take actions in order to like get rid of new players, unless the only thing they are is an addict. They know they can't quit, so they behave this way, hoping the game ends so that they don't quit, that the game shuts down. But I don't know why people treat new pilots in EVE like that. Like, why you scam people? Like, why you blow them up? Why, like, it. Granted, if they stumble their ass out into null sec or low sec, they're fair game. They should have known better. But going into high sec and what Goonswarm does, and they do their Hulkageddons where they run around high sec blowing up people's hulks. Like, great. Now you've made a player quit. Well, if they were a real player, they'd be out in nullsec. Well, maybe they don't know about nullsec yet. What else is coming up? Yeah, I started to look for Chrono Odyssey updates, and I didn't see any Chrono Odyssey updates. I thought we would maybe have heard something. Yeah, you'll... And I hate to say this. You will almost never wind up on a level playing field in EVE Online. And like, for example, if I went back to EVE Online right now, I haven't played in years. But if I went back right now, I probably have all the plex I need to re-up 6 accounts. I have 5 maxed out Hulk pilots and an Orca and a Roracle. As long as I could find a place to set up, I would be starting off with, I believe, approximately 2 trillion in assets. I have BPOs that are researched out the fucking yang. So, you know, I have enough assets that I can sell. It's just not a fair game when other people are that far ahead of you. Now, not every game has to be equal, but every game has to be fair. Like, if you started EVE today and I went back to EVE today, my pilot has all of the core skills at 5. I've got shit all over the place. It's just not... Service cut out in the tunnel. Oh. So, it's just not a game that people can readily get involved in. And that's it. And rightfully so. It's hard to get involved in a game that's been around for 20 years. That one of the things I don't like about this game, what I don't like about Once Human, is getting people linked up with you is why so many people stopped playing. Now we can finally get people linked up, but I have all my blueprints at 6. Well, the majority of my blueprints at 6. And if somebody's just coming back, like if Frostpaw was just coming back, what makes this not an MMO is there's no like real teamwork. What makes it not a survival game is I can't make weapons and armor and drop it for my friends. So what you really end up having is a multiplayer game where everybody's kind of an island unto themselves. So we need to consider, do we even want to fix that? Are we trying to fix that? Which is why, which game was it that somebody mentioned? Fellowship? Fellowship on paper sounds like a really good game. Is my chat blur not on? I had to rebuild my OBS after Thursday. I had to rebuild everything, so I touched a bunch of stuff and then I found the problem. I've only dropped 36 frames the whole time I've been streaming, so I'll take that. What's reloading? Reloading is optional, right? They changed this? I can see these a whole lot easier now. Yes, you would have had to put in hundreds and hundreds of hours to play EVE Online before you'd be able to play. Get up on your rock. My God. Terrible behavior. But yeah, I tried EVE. It felt like impossible to make meaningful. Right, and when you have EVE Online where you literally have people who are walking around as gods, and you're starting off and everything's a struggle. EVE Online also has a very, very hard learning curve. EVE Online's hard learning curve is you're gonna die. Yeah, you got bombarded with information panels the first time you were playing and quit. I tried to go back to BDO just to give it a fair second look, and I literally logged into BDO and it's like, holy fuck. Tank, I didn't ask you to upload the entire game to my brain. Yeah, it was too much for mini you. And there's nothing wrong with that. Games need a crawl, walk, run. Starry Studios has done a really good job with the idea of the crawl, walk, run for Once Human. They've done a good idea with the idea of it, not the execution, but the idea of it. You come in, the crow talks to you, you know, it gives you advice. Some of the things you have to do, some things you don't. I think that's a really big problem when you have a game that's lost its soul and it doesn't know what it wants to be anymore. But I think one of the most important parts of any game is the first 2 hours. Absolutely the first 2 hours. If I don't... Oh, shit. That's a lot of Kimosabes. If there's not a good 2 hour introductory loop to the game, you have no immersion. And if you have no immersion is what gets people to log in tomorrow. Like, immersion is what gets somebody to not log off and go watch TV. It's what gets them to say, oh, well, yeah, I know the new episode or whatever is out tonight, but I can watch that tomorrow. I really want to see what's going on with Ramza. I really want to get to the next chapter. I really want to know what happens. I would say Diablo is kind of good for that. Diablo 1, no, not Diablo 1. Diablo 2 and Diablo 3 are pretty good with the I want to see what happens. Diablo 4 is you're kind of playing it and you're like, I bought this? Really? I paid for this? Shit. With most TV shows, you only give it 2 to 3 episodes. Yeah, I give a TV show 2 episodes. I give it the first episode because that's a lot of times the pilot, and then I give it the second episode. If I haven't identified with at least one character by the second episode, I'm not watching the game. Good immersion can make people forgive a lot of mechanical shortcomings, but the game still has to be fun. Absolutely. And it is much easier to make the game fun, to make the game immersive, than it is to shore up bad systems. And again, not to shit on Ashes, But I feel in my heart of hearts, when you're playing Ashes, you have literally no idea what the fuck you're doing. Like, go here. Okay. Do these things. Okay, but why? Like, why am I doing them? What is the why? What is the reason? I think if you don't have that, people don't like the game. Like Starry Studios with this. In Manibus, you get this really good story. In Way of Winter, you get a half-assed broken story. In Endless Dream, you get a Lovecraftian eldritch horror nightmare. In Primeverse Clash, in Evolution's Call, you get some idea. Like, you kind of know. Because the all-knowing goblin said so. Sure, and that's like, if you remember the old Dungeons and Dragons cartoon. Like, everybody always made the joke. I don't gotta, it's magic, motherfucker. I ain't gotta explain shit. Like, wait a minute, Dungeon Master, you have the ability to solve all these problems for the kids who've been transported into the Dungeons and Dragons world, but you're giving them the information, like, in like a drip feed. Like, are you a sadist? Do you find this shit funny? Like, why aren't you telling the kids the shit they need to know in a logical order? Like, dude, you're being a little bit of a dickhead right now. You know that? You're being a short, bald little fuck. Now, I did see Jamie Chaos on the official Discord. He was like, well, why don't you just bang out one system and then move on to the next major system? And Steven was right when he said, that's not how you manage a team of 250 devs. And he's right. You don't have 250 people working on all the same things. You simply, that's not how that works. It's just not how that works in the slightest. With that said, I think Intrepid is going to make another huge mistake. They're going to do this big marketing push in November, and it's going to backfire and blow up in their face. Because they're going to try to push something that's not ready to be pushed again. I look at the people translate about Aeon 2, assuming the translations are accurate. It's starting to look a lot worse. Yeah, we found out that Aeon 2 was going to be a lot worse with the introduction to the cash shop. Now, what I cautioned people is don't run around and shit talk the game entirely until we've seen it. But we can basically be cautious, but then the more I see coming out of the translations, it's like there's no reason to even be optimistic but cautious. There's no real reason to be optimistic about Aeon 2. It's going to be a pay-to-win fest. And you know it's going to be a pay-to-win fest. There are some things that when people talk about, they're like, oh, well, bag space isn't pay-to-win. Bag space is absolutely pay to win when you're selling it. You created the problem so you could sell the solution. Okay? That's how bag space is pay to win. You created like Ashes of Creation is another one. You created a system where they're not selling bag space, but they created the problem. You have multiple tiers of quality for things that don't really make too big of a difference. Final Fantasy XIV 1.0, not A Realm Reborn, but 1.0, had 4 tiers of everything. Yarn plus 0, Yarn plus 1, Yarn plus 2, Yarn plus 3. The fuck do I need that for? And the worst part is you couldn't use a plus 3 and a plus 1. It's like, who designed this fucking system? And then my response was, well, whoever designed it obviously went and worked at Intrepid. There is a time and a place for things to be complicated. And there's a time and a place for them to be simple. This game got rid of... Once Human got rid of foolish, overly complicated for no value things. You used to have to go in on the bench, and you used to have to click on the item and make that item. Why? It makes... the item can't be better. It can't make the weapon better. Just give me a list of fucking materials. Don't make me click on each thing. I think the sale of storage units is fine in Path of Exile 2, since that is basically the optional sale price for the game if you decide to put in a lot of hours. Right. Why not just sell it at a box price? Well, because we want to keep the barrier to entry low. Okay, am I gonna spend more money in bag storage than I would have on a box price? If the answer is yes, they created the problem to sell the solution. Because, and I understand companies have to make money. I'm not demonizing them. I'm not demonizing them because they're making money. They have to make money. But you and I both know that if they could make more money on the box price, the game would have a box price. And since the game doesn't have a box price, you and I both know they've projected they'll make more money selling storage. And again, I don't have a problem with that. I throw this game $20 a month. Because I played the game, I enjoy the game. I throw them $20 a month. Because if enough people don't throw them $20 a month, the game will go away. I think it's like $10 or something, so very much. You can play the game without storage units, just a bit more difficult handling all your items after 200 hours. I think people are fine with less space if they don't pay, as opposed to getting Diablo Immortal Land if they don't pay. Yeah, and that then becomes the problem of how much ass pain it is. How much ass pain is it? Arcage without fucking bag expansions. First thing I did on Arcage was fucking max out my character inventory and my bank inventory. When they sold for 80 credits each those expanded chests, you bet your ass I spent $10 to buy whatever 10 chests. But you see, I don't mind paying a few bucks for the game. I want the company to make money. I want the company to not ever do pay to win. Yeah, then there's BDO, which had slots and wait. Now, to be honest, slots and wait doesn't automatically make a bad system. We have slots and wait in this game. Slots and wait are fine. I prefer wait. My personal preference is for wait to be how they manage. I will say, and again, it hurts my fucking soul to have to just, like, how did Ashes of Creation make so many bad mistakes? Like, it's like, fuck's sake, man. How did you, like, and I'm not trying to be mean, I'm not trying to be rude, but how the fuck did you take the absolute worst? Like, are they trying to unlock a Steam achievement where it's like, is there like a game developer achievement board out there that says we're gonna take every worst decision ever and make a functional game out of it? Like, achievement unlocked. We pissed off our players with every bad decision and we still made $100 million. Like, there's no functional reason to have that Tetris fucking bullshit in crafter back. There's just no fucking reason for it. Like, I would like to see the bullet point paper that was written for the decision-making process. Hey, I have an idea. What's your idea? My idea is this. Like, I'd love to see that presentation. Like, this is what we think the players want. Like, oh, really? Oh, Borderlands 4? Can we just all agree that Borderlands is a completely silly IP to begin with? Can we all, like, agree? Borderlands 4 is goofy from the very beginning. It's silly. The first two games were pretty good. The novel, when it came out, from what I remember. Oh, and novel. Good and novel. I liked Borderlands. I think I have Borderlands 1 and 2 and the prequel. Maybe. I thought they were okay. I didn't think they were fucking... I didn't think they were great. I didn't think that they were like radically changing the face of gaming, but I didn't think they were bad. I'm actually interested to see Cyberpunk 2. Yeah, they were worth the box price. It's like somebody asked me today in a message. They said, do I think Once Human's worth what I've paid for it? Yeah. I will admit I've spent a lot of money on the game in support of the game. But at the same time, I have over 6,000 hours in this game, so yeah. It's the first 4 seasons. I was playing this game like 16 hours a day. But yeah, absolutely. They might be trying to get multiplayer working on launch in Cyberpunk 2. I think that CD Projekt Red needs to fish or cut bait, and they really need to commit to making an MMO, or then slow down their development so they have really good games. I think people would go fucking donkey balls over a Cyberpunk MMO. There's a lot of games out there nowadays. The number of good games is pretty low, though. Well, and the only people to blame for why the quality of games is low is the gamers. Because if you just take, for example, the comments on my Ashes of Creation video where people are justifying the shitty behavior. Why are you justifying the shitty behavior for them? Why do you not want to know these answers? When CD Projekt Red cut, people give CD Projekt Red a lot of credit because they recovered they recovered Cyberpunk, and then they released the Phantom Liberty DLC. Most of the Phantom Liberty DLC was organic stuff that was supposed to be in the core game. It's not like they saw that it was this amazing fucking hit game and then they rushed to get a DLC done to give you a little bit more. Most of that content was on the cutting room floor. I'm glad that they went through the process of incurring costs to get voice actors and do the DLC, but at the same time, I'm not going to give you shit tons of credit for what is ultimately you releasing an expansion that was part of your organic core game. And I still say Salty Bread is on to something with a Crusader Kings 3 MMO. Absolutely. Let me clip this out of the light. I just need the funds for it. Yeah, so next scenario is going to be cool. Next scenario is going to be a little bit more entertaining because we're basically building up our Pokemon army of deviations. So, it's not exactly what I thought it was going to be, but it sounds like it's going to be pretty cool. So, we're going to keep these characters... Sorry, I'm not feeling 100%. We're going to keep these characters on this server. And then we will move we will create alts on the other server or move alts to the other server. I had a perfect CK3 run through and I even learned how to do something more efficiently. So I've been playing the same CK3 run through for about 2 years, trying to optimize it. And I can, if everything goes right, in one lifetime, I can become the Pirate King. I can win Iberia. And I can have a foothold in Persia. If everything goes right. Now, if everything doesn't go right, it all goes to shit in a hurry. But I finally got that to work. So that had been a long... Becoming the Pirate King and winning Iberia in one lifetime has been a goal of mine for a long time. And I finally have that done. Unfortunately, sometimes your family decides to do stupid shit. Like, you create a new culture and then they somehow convert to it. You're like, nobody invited you into this culture. Fuck off. Crusader Kings. Crusader Kings 3 is my jam. No, it's an entire game by Paradox Interactive. But yeah, it has like 8 DLCs now. I do want to... If gaming gets boring again, I'm going to see if they still do the subscription to Stellaris. And I'm going to play Stellaris again. I cannot afford out of pocket to buy all the DLCs. Like a fucking $1,000. Oh, yeah. The Fate of Iberia is a DLC, Persia's a DLC, and Northern Lords is a DLC. But even without, if you like Crusader Kings 3... Oh shit, this guy fuck off. If you like Crusader Kings 3, I recommend the World of Darkness mod. It's so amazing. The team of people that put that mod together, they knew their White Wolf vampires and werewolves and changelings. They did a great job. They did an amazing great job with that. I wish that it would cool down a little bit. Yesterday was still another day where it was 90 some odd degrees. Don't like it. Yeah, I'm really excited for next week for this game. Really stoked about getting the Pokemon thing. Yeah, and you're right. I shouldn't call it the Pokemon thing. Nintendo is listening, and so are their lawyers. I'm interested to see how that one plays out. That one I think is going to play out like a ton of bricks. Nintendo's going to have to sue everybody over their patent and then lose. I think Nintendo should maybe realize the reason why Pokemon isn't necessarily radically popular anymore, because there's like 900,000 of them. Like, why don't you take a little time off between making Pokemon games and, I don't know, make a good one? Wait, I can't say that. Because the fans, only the fans are allowed to shit on the game, right? If I shit on the game, it's not cool. But no, my hive mate is gonna yell at me when I buy the new game, when I buy the new weapon next week. an AoE bullseye weapon. He's like, no. They just need to combine all the zones into one and update it with DLCs. They have that. The problem is you can't. I know a lot of people want that, but they can't do that. Endless Dream has all of this and all of this in one map. The problem is it's not the Manibus scenario, it's the Endless Dream scenario. I don't think the game would be good if, well, I think the game would be amazing if they made the Way of Winter thermal tower be relevant again. And you had to have one. You're sending a strongly worded letter to Starry about just keeping it out of my wish machine. Yeah. I think that they would go far if they did a full map with the thermal towers. But so many people like cried about their audience is like 35 now. Whose audience? I give them $20 a month. Oh, you were still on Pokemon. Got you. Yes. For Pokemon, absolutely. Everything you're talking about, yes. Now we're on the same page. You are correct. Absolutely. 100%. What weapon do I use? I use the Bramini sniper rifle. I also have a corrosion build, a valor build, and a bullseye build. I just find that I find this is the fastest way to kill all this. As far as what I give them, I usually get, well, up until this time, I was getting my battle passes for free through the content creator program. But I have not seen them talk about if we're gonna get our battle pass for free again. So next month, if I have to, I'll buy the battle pass, and that'll be my contribution to the game. I think they are hurting for money. I saw this the other day. So they have the super value choice. You buy the $19.99 pack, and you can either get that building kit, that kit, or that kit. So you get like 3,000 Christian, and then you get the pack. Well, that itself is expensive. I think they are hurting for money. I don't think anybody at any of the three marketing companies they've had so far has been able to get them to understand the Western audience doesn't want to spend $30 for a cosmetic. It's not something the Western audience does. If they dropped their pricing, they would sell more by volume. Also, the Western audience does tend to rebel a little bit when you're able to maintain. Google seems to think Once Human is making a mobile version. Google is correct. Once Human launched a mobile version with over 15 million pre-registered people. Oh, I'm sorry. The mobile version was 10 million registered mobile. The month that the mobile game dropped, they were #1 in mobile downloads. So yes, they have a mobile version. It's also coming to console next year. So, I don't necessarily agree with the idea of doing a mobile version of a game that's on the same servers as your PC version. But I understand that mobile is 50% of all gaming makeup. So I understand why companies want to go after that mobile dollar. It's a big cut for them. It's a lot of money. It's a really big chunk of money to just forsake. I've never understood making cosmetics so expensive. It's because somebody does a really bad average revenue per user. metric, and they say we think that we can get $300 a year out of an average user. So they price things in order to hit that number. But what they don't realize is Arizona Tea is one of the most successful companies. And what Arizona Tea has decided to do is keep their drinks at 99 cents. And so Arizona makes all their decisions based on the idea, we're not going to raise the prices. So how do we make our business decisions that won't involve us having to raise our prices? Well, that's an absolute brilliant way to run your company. How do we keep the price at 99 cents? So what can we do? What can't we do? Like, we can't do X because if we do X, we'll have to sell our product at $1.50, and we don't want to do. That's the one thing we don't want to do. That's the one thing the CEO won't sign off on. So when you come up with ideas at that company, they cannot be things that increase the cost. Now, they can absolutely be things that shift the cost around. Like, I save 8 cents over here to spend 7 cents over here. Absolutely do that. No, you're absolutely right. I mean, if you're assuming you can't sell more because you have X customer, then your game is dead. You're right. And which is why for cosmetics, what you should do is you should have 4 tiers of cosmetics. And you shouldn't release a cosmetic set every month because you're trying to go into people, and at launch you can. At launch you can. But you shouldn't release a cosmetic set every month because you're trying to go into people's wallets too often. Stay out of people's wallets. Stay out of their sandwich. Stay out of their wallet. The trick is sell cosmetic set. Sell cosmetics at $14.95 because that's about what you'll get from the Western audience, because you can wrap it up with them. Well, what we're asking you for is in support is really the equivalent of 1 month's subscription, and it's a one-time buy, and you can sell that to the Western audience. You can sell that easily. But when you're selling cosmetics for $30, when you're selling a knife for, what was it, Call of Duty or some shit, you have a knife that's $100. People aren't going to buy that. Well, and then the sad part is, people are going to buy that because people did buy it. So it's hard for companies to not figure out, or it's hard for companies to figure out what they should and shouldn't do when they have people that are spending this ridiculous amount of money on things. They're like, oh, well, at $100, we only have to make 1 sale instead of 7 sales. But yeah, we think we can do that. But then they can't. Isn't this one of those things that if people wouldn't buy it at 30, it wouldn't be 30? Exactly. If people wouldn't buy it at 30, it wouldn't be priced for 30. And all too often, that's why I say what you do is you do an exclusivity grid, where what you basically say is, when we release this cosmetic at this price, we sell a cosmetic in January for $14.95, and it's going to be exclusive for 60 days at the $14.95 mark. And then all of January, all of February, all of March. On April 1st, we're going to sell it for $9.99. And then March, April, May, it'll be $9.99. Or April, May, June. On July 1st, we're going to sell it for $4.95. June, July, and August. And then on September 1st, we're going to sell it for 99 cents. And then after that, it's gone forever. It falls off the market. I'm new to the game and I just watched your video where you explained how to 6-star a weapon and it's amazing. Thank you. I'm glad you liked it. That is the reason I make the videos. I may be boring as watching paint dry, but my videos are usually thorough. I mean, they will buy it, but without the people who won't pay 30, the game stops existing. Like, sure, the game makes some money, but eventually the rich people have nobody to play with. Yes, you are correct, but at the same time, you're wrong. Let me remind you, if you have 1 million players and only 100,000 of them are supporting your game, you don't have 1 million customers. You have 100,000 customers and you have 900,000 people that are ultimately costing you money. And that's one thing gamers don't quite understand. The company incurs cost for every free-to-play player they have. Every single time you log into an MMO, you cost them money. Every character that's ever been made for free that they have to store costs them money. Now, it's pennies. It's not even pennies. It's fractions of pennies. But when you have 9 million people costing you pennies, well, now you're starting to add up to some real no shit costs. A lot of people are in the idea that free to play games are good because it has a good, solid audience. Free to play games are bad because they're stuck dealing with an awful lot of shitbirds. They're stuck with an awful lot of shit that they don't want to deal with. I also want to remind people that are mad about pay to win. If the game has pay to win and you're not paying to win, you're the content. There's a reason why games that have pay to win sell the content the way they do. You're the fucking content, man. I've typically played games that I enjoy without buying cosmetics. Now DLCs is a different story. I need to be sold on what I want to buy, but my money is earned by companies as a consumer. I'm not going to buy due to fear of missing out. I 100% respect and applaud that statement, because as soon as we get FOMO out of MMOs, out of video games, the quality will go up. As I like to try to remind people, pre-sales of a box price game with no sub, looking at New World, they don't give a shit about you after you've bought the box. Because after you've bought the box, if it's a box price game with no pay to win, with no monthly because I remember when New World came out, it didn't have any monthly expenditures. It didn't have a battle pass. It didn't have a cash shop right when it first came out. They don't actually want you to play because they've already gotten what they wanted out of you. They've gotten their box price. Guild Wars 2, they get the box price out of you. They don't really want you to play unless you're going to make purchases out of the cash shop, because they don't make any more money on you. You cost them money every time you log in. That's one thing. If you want a higher quality of player that you can hold accountable to their behavior, have a box price and a sub. It doesn't have to be a huge box price. And if you do a box price, you can include the first month's sub with the box price. Like, nothing says nothing. We're not talking about price gouging. We're talking about you need to make sure that you have steady, reliable income so that you can continue to provide the game. I would much rather a company be straight up with me about what their financial needs are. Our subscription is $14.95 a month because we're anticipating this many players, and this is how many developers we have, and this is how much money we need to make. One of the fucking numpta noodles in game development once said something about tipping a company or tipping developers. Well, I think the idea of tipping the developers is goofy as shit. But what I will say, I would rather have a game studio say to me, hey guys, we're 9 months from being insolvent. Just so everybody, like, let's say Starry Studios and Eddie's weren't selling enough. Hey guys, we're like 8 months from being insolvent. We're going to be broke in 8 months. Well, what can we do? What monetization will you find acceptable? What can we do that won't? And then when they're like, well, it's your fault that you're broke. Be like, it is our fault. We released a high quality game without good monetization. We're not making an excuse for it. We're telling you so that you have 8 months to work with us to come up with a solution. We're 8 months from being not here anymore. I would rather know that. Tipping a developer is right up there with tipping a bagger at the commissary when you only have a can of Monster. No, it's not. Not in a... I adamantly disagree with you. If you have a game that's about to not be there anymore, I would rather every player throw in $1 than the game shut down. Because it's going to be the same players that say, well, if the game was good, people would play it. People would pay for it. And then you say to those same players, how many hours in the game do you have? 5,000. How much have you bought out of the cash shop? Nothing. I'm not talking about in a box price game. I'm talking about in a free-to-play game. But because we all know those, first of all, a lot of people are like that. A lot of people don't ever pay anything for the free-to-play game. But they have an awful lot of complaints about it. How much did you pay? None. Well then, how are you not getting your money's worth, is what I like to say to people. If you haven't paid $1 for the game and you have thousands of hours in the game, where exactly did that developer fail to give you your money's worth? And that's where people get like upset with me, because I don't deal in bullshit. If you have 100 hours in the game and you haven't bought the game or bought the battle pass, at what value point does the game become worth it to support? Because I would say my standard has always been, yeah, then people would thought I wouldn't have those hours if it wasn't free. So what you're telling me is that you played a game that sucked, and the only reason why you played it is because it was free. And if that's the argument, there's nothing I can do with that argument. Well, I only played it because it was free. 100 hours? Sure, okay. 100 hours I can maybe see. But 1,000 hours? It's like the people who have 1,000 hours on a Steam game and then leave a shitty review. Like, you played it for 1,000 hours? Shit, man. I walk out of a movie at the 30-minute mark. If the movie is making me dumber while I'm sitting there, I walk out. Like, what do you mean? What do you mean you played a game for 1,000 hours and now you're leaving a shitty review? I'm sorry. I can't take you seriously. I don't take those reviews seriously. If a person says they have if I see a person's review, 1,000 hours, downvote, I skip that review. It's fucking useless. Yeah, free-to-play games are a dime a dozen. No. You can definitely understand a negative review after 1,000 hours. If the devs push a bad update, then make sure your fucking review says, I loved the game up until this update. But how many rational reviews do you see? Not many. Not many at all. They're all fucking bullshit reviews. They're all like, this fucking game sucks. Really? It sucks and you played it for 1,000 hours? So what'd you do? Embrace the suck? Like how did you get there? There's not enough content. 1,000-hour guy. Dude, there's plenty of content. There's plenty of content. See, you know what would be a really nice feature? Right here. A really nice feature would be if I could click all of these boxes. If I could click all of these and make the height universal. Now, salty bread, what I also don't like what people do, talking about the bad update, I hate when people leave a negative review on the core game and not a negative review on the DLC. Because you can leave a negative review on the DLC, or you could leave a negative review on the core game. Like, a lot of people didn't like the Legends of the Dead CK3 update. A lot of people hated it. What I don't understand is you hate it, and your argument about hating it is, I hate the plagues, so turn them off. Like, and you want to say to these people, you were given optional content that you can turn off in your settings. I do think you should need at least 1 to 2 hours to post a review, though. I see a lot of reviews with 30 minutes of playtime, both positive and negative. At that point, you barely even played. Now, there might be exceptions to this if the game crashes and whatnot. Well, I would agree with you, except I think there needs to be an exception on Steam, because Steam has the 2-hour refund policy. So you've played the game for an hour, but you had download time and you had sitting on the launcher time and you had queue time. So I guess if Steam gave a shit, they could make a better filter. And they could have a overall game review and then a should you buy this game. I mean, and there are times where a game is a good game, but you shouldn't buy it. Remember Cyberpunk 2077? If I recall correctly, it got delisted off of the PlayStation Network because it was bad at launch. Good on the PlayStation Network. Like, if it's that bad at launch, take it down. Don't let any more copies be sold. Yeah, people got refunds off Steam. Steam's 2-hour refund policy can be waived by Steam. But generally, if I remember correctly, something about the Steam refund policy is that if you get a refund on a game on Steam with more than 2 hours of playtime, isn't there some sort of clock on your account that you're automatically ineligible for a refund with more than 2 hours of game time for a certain length of time? My brain is telling me the answer to that question is yes. That if you've gotten an exception refund, you have a period of time before you can get another one. Dune is a good game you shouldn't buy, at least not until they release the next few updates with the shit that they needed at launch. I agree with you. I have Dune, and I never got into it, and then I wanted to get into it because I really love the Dune IP, but then unfortunately, I don't want to... I don't want to play a game that's garbage. And in fairness to them, I don't like their endgame content. Now, are there lots of people who love the endgame content? Absolutely there are. Oh shit, it's not gonna... Still can't do that, can you? Oh, you can? Now the question is, am I going to be able to fill this in, or am I going to have to take off both sides? Should have checked the height and alignment first. Need an 1/8 wood wall. Where's the 1/8? Well, that'll work. I think that needs to go on. Oh, that'll do. That'll do, pig. That'll do. Oh no, why won't it let me do it on this side? See if I can force it this way. It's not letting me do it. This is the... Sometimes the building in this... Yeah, it's not gonna let me... Oh, wait. Maybe? Nope. Let me do it over there. But it won't let me do it over here. Oh, that's okay. I can fix it this way. To some degree, that's fine. Just average game design. 100 hours is still a decent number of hours. Yeah, and that is another... That then becomes another talking point. How much content does a game have to have for us to call the game good? Does a game have to be... Oh my god, what the fuck, barbecue chicken game of the year? To be good. People are fixated on forever games. Yeah. And I think a big problem with the fixation on forever games should be inside is people are looking for an MMO. And game companies that are not building an MMO need to stop calling their not MMO an MMO. Yeah, it results in a lot of subpar content. Absolutely. That is why I agree with you. Game companies need to decide early on, what are they developing? Are you developing an MMO or are you developing a one-shot? And we learned from some Final Fantasy games, you can do sequels to a one-shot. Every one-shot does not need to be a non-sequelable game, and not every one-shot needs to be able to be a sequel. There are many Final Fantasy games that are worthy of that are absolutely worthy of a sequel. And some do have sequels, and a lot of people don't even realize. What do you mean it has a sequel? Yeah, it has a fucking sequel. Like, I don't understand what you're not understanding. The game has a fucking sequel. It does result in a lot of subpar games, absolutely. The other one though is, look at the FIFA games. Look at the EA games. You have a sports game for every season. Well, do you really need that? To be honest, do you really need an NBA 2K25 and an NBA 2K26 and an NBA 2K27? Or couldn't you have an NBA 2K20 and then 21, 22, and 23 have some sort of DLC expansion that brings in the new players? Yeah, it makes money. It makes money. So yes, why do they keep making this? Why do you keep buying it? Well, what do you mean? Why do you keep buying it? They sell it because you buy it. That is it. That's why they do it. If you stopped buying it, they wouldn't sell it anymore. People don't understand they are the problem. Abso-fucking-lutely. Abso-fucking-lutely, man. And I admit in the past, like, people will get mad at me because they'll say, well, you support the game. I support the game because I like the game. Just so you know why I support the game. I support the game because I like it. If you don't like it, that's okay. But you don't, like, some people have this problem. Like, you don't get to tell me where I spend my money. Right? If you don't like something, you don't like it, and that is okay. You don't have to like it, but I happen to like it. So therefore, that is why I spend my money the way I spend my money. I would have been a lot happier if I could have done that the other way. Like, somebody said, I got hate from a person. I think I told you guys this. I got hate from a friend of mine, which really sucks when you get hate from a friend. They're like, I can't believe you're going to Disney again. Why? I like Disney World. They're like, well, other people are in need. Other people are in need. What? Other people are in need? And, well, you just figured out those are page tabs, huh? Other people are in need. Other people aren't entitled to my fucking money? Like, what the fuck is other people in need? Like, and sometimes people say shit and you actually have to say to them, did you actually hear the stupid shit that just came out of your mouth? Because you literally just said other people are in need of my money. Like, are you for serious right now? Like, other people are in need, and I understand other people are in need, and I do charity work, but I'm going to Disney. Thanks. Like, what the fuck is other people in need? Like, what sort of fuck I'm supposed to, like, and this person's no longer in my life. But this person tried to make me feel guilty because I was going to Disney because because I potentially was going to lose my feet. Like my feet were potentially going to be chopped off. And that's not like bullshit. It's not hyperbole. I have small cluster neuropathy. So they were like, yeah, you might lose your feet. I was like, well, I want to go to fucking Disney then one more time with my kid. Well, you were just there in December. I get that, but I was there in December expecting to keep my feet. You can't solve things. Like people who get mad, they're like, I don't have as much time. I don't have as much time as other people to play the game. Okay, well then play a game that makes you happy. Well, that game makes me happy. I'm confused. The game makes you happy, but you don't have enough time to play the game, so you're complaining about the game. Yeah. I don't think the game makes you happy. I think you have a disconnect for what happiness is. Well, hold on now. If we do this... Can't go like that. Go like that. Why won't you let me connect? There should be no reason I can't connect the wall here. See, this is the part of the building that just irritates me. I can grab a wall and connect it, but I can't grab a door and connect it. Yeah, see, it won't let me. Yeah, that'll do. That'll do. That'll do, pig. That'll do. Starry needs to add power adjuster to the breaker pull box. That way we can adjust the grow light per crop without taking each fucking one down. Yes, Starry Studios does need to change it so that that they create a control panel for the lights. Absolutely. 100% agree with you. Yeah, I really don't like this build. So we're going to make some changes. Before I build too much here. I'm not gonna get this shit like half done and then decide I don't like it. Change it. Need a no shroom. Yes, I put that suggestion in a long time ago. What we need is the ability to tell the mushrooms and all you'd have to do is create a toggle that is literally does the mushroom have permission to work on this box, yes or no? That's all it would be. It's not even as if that is difficult. Okay. This stream's good vibes. I'm bringing a couple of friends next time for sure. I will not add you on Discord. That will not happen. People do that shit all the time. They're like, add me on Discord. No. Okay, so we're gonna take out you. You. We're gonna grab you. Why would anyone add you any... Why would anyone add anyone on Discord when servers exist? Because what they're gonna do is... I'm almost certain that the person's shtick is they want me to add them on Discord so then that they can talk to me, so that then they can say, I can get you to kick partner, I can get you this, I can get you that. Like, I don't give a shit. Like, people do that all the time. People don't understand that promotion has got to be, or growth has to be organic. If the growth isn't organic, at the end of the day, you're just gonna end up fucking yourself over. The growth for your channel has got to be legitimate growth. That should be, yeah. I don't know what I'm doing that side yet, but I just wanted to square it off. You simply can't, like, people want to be a kick partner. And kick partner right now, sorry Twitch, but kick partner is a lot more lucrative than Twitch partner. Because kick, if you get into their creator program, you get paid a flat rate to stream. And that is unbelievably important. And the reason why it's unbelievably important is because, yeah, ever heard of stranger danger? If the growth of a relationship is viewer turned into friendship, I would just add him. Yeah, no need to ask. Exactly. But it's a person I've never, what happened is I add them on Discord and then they're going to just fucking bombard me with, like, I can help you make Twitch partner. Already a Twitch partner, bitch. You clearly didn't do any research. I can help you make kick partner. From 2 viewers, you can help me get to kick partner from 2 viewers. Shit, man. That's the sort of thing, like, I've helped people in the past when they're trying to be an affiliate. Affiliate's easy. Hey man, I'm trying to be an affiliate. Cool, let me know when you stream. I'll ping my Discord. I show up. 2 other people show up. It gives you your average viewer number. But it's like I tell small creators, making partner is a completely useless fucking metric. If you need outside help in order to make partner, then the problem is you're not going to accomplish anything because you needed help to get to partner. What you need is and I know this is harsh and I know this is mean and I'm not trying to be. If you can't make Twitch partner on your own, you don't have a community that can support you being a Twitch partner. And I'm not in any way, shape, or form being a jerk off to you. There's no money made on Twitch unless you already have a pre-existing audience. It's not there. You need to do the work. You need to put in the hustle. Now, I will tell people, some people give me shit and they're like, you don't know what you're talking about, because I was like, dude, I was making projectedly 70 grand a year as a content creator. I didn't want it, but I can help you get there. If that's what you want, I can help you get to it. It's a matter of, honestly, What is it you want? What do you actually want? And if you know what you want, that's great. Let's talk about it. If you don't know what you want, then the first thing I'm going to tell you is figure out what it is you actually want. I've helped lots of people make a lot of money on Twitch. I will never charge you for that information. My guide is free. It's on my website. I will never charge you for that. Because I think it's bullshit to charge people for knowledge if your statement is really, I want to help you. I want to help you, but what I really want to do is I want to help myself to the money in your wallet. I don't want your fucking money. There's a couple of people who are now full-time content creators. I'm happy for them. I'm happy that they can make their money in a way they want. Now, some of them are content creators making the type of content that I wouldn't want my daughters making. But I'm not going to tell them not to make it that way. Oh, I like that better. I'm not going to tell them not to make their money that way. Make your money, man. Make your money any way you need to make it. But what people forget is they buy viewers so that they can get their Twitch qualification. And then they're like, "Oh, I'm a partner, but I'm not making any money." Well, you're not making any money because there's no money to be made unless you already had the pre-existing audience. Well, I spent all this money to buy embedded viewers. Yeah, we need a little wall torch. Absolutely. But it's like, they're like, I have all these viewers and then I made partner. Yeah, because people are very likely to support you during your partner push. And then once your partner push is over, a lot of those people fuck right off. People just need to send money via PayPal. Except you can't. If you're talking about sending it to the ViewBot, you can't, because they don't accept it as a business. They only accept it as a personal transfer, and you can't dispute personal transfers. It literally gives you that warning box, and it says, you do understand you can't dispute personal transfers. That's why you should never send anything in. Everybody that wants to be a streamer should have a business email account. It doesn't cost you anything, despite all the bullshit that people say. It's free. The only small holdup with it is that when you first open your business account, sometimes you have a 21-day hold on your money while they're vetting your while they're vetting all your business numbers. Because you can't, if they ask you for an EIN and you just bullshit them and you give them bullshit numbers, well, they have to vet the numbers. But if you want to really be a business and you want to do this shit legitimately, incur the little bit of cost to set it up properly. Where the fuck is the TV stand, man? I love how we still don't have a search. So we're gonna do the long table today, huh? But yeah, I always tell people there's very few times where buying embedded viewers, and remember, buying embedded viewers on Twitch is allowed by terms of service. But there's only a few times where you should ever be doing that. And that is not to make partner, because they vet your numbers when you're trying to be a Twitch partner. Sure, they tell you that you can buy embedded views. But if you're 75 to become a Twitch partner, come from embedded views, they're going to be like, well, no. Maybe not so much. I don't like that one. We'll put them in the hallway. But if you're like, say for example, you need 40 concurrent viewers to get into a content creator program. Yeah, buying 2 embedded viewers I think might be a good idea just so you're above the visible 95%. But then my question for you is, if you don't have 3 friends that are willing to come watch you stream, who the fuck are you streaming for? Becoming a streamer is very, very much about creating a community. It's very much about community building. If you literally can't dig up 3 friends, like maybe you don't want anyone else to know you're streaming, but you're right. Well, if you don't want anybody else to know you're streaming, what the fuck sort of people have you surrounded yourself with? When I first Frostpaw, Chitara, a handful of other people, they said you should stream, you should stream, you should stream. I said I will stream, but only if you fuckers show up and I'm not talking to myself. My earliest shows had like 8 concurrent viewers, which is crazy for a streamer, but that's only because it was my guild and my friends that were hanging out. And when you're 8, you're way above the cut line. Remember, a lot of content creators don't realize this. If you have 10 concurrent viewers, you're in the top 10% of Twitch. And when you say that, the haters are always gonna be like, no, you're not. That's not. Shut the fuck up. There's a little fucking tracker. It literally tells you. Like, your haters are always gonna have reasons to hate on you. Fuck your haters. Not literally, they don't deserve it. But haters are always gonna hate on you. Right? If people are hating on you, good, you need a collection. You need a collection of haters. Like, what I say to people is, all the time, I say to small creators, you need to set your sights on the right place. This isn't a brag, it's not a flex, because the money doesn't come with it. I'm in the top 1% of Twitch. And now that I've said that, that's a completely fucking useless and irrelevant metric. Being in the top 1% of Twitch, is absolutely useless. Hey, Reborn, how does it feel to be so stupid that you can't even get around a chat block? How dumb is that? Do you feel pretty stupid? Is your mom proud of you? And he's gonna be like, this son of a bitch banned me. Yeah, you're damn right I did. Dealing with your bullshit. Even better when they come in and they get fucking caught by the chat bot. They can't even say anything. Makes me happy. Alright, these don't provide enough light. And I don't... Oh, it's not terrible. I don't like that one. There are no ceiling lights. See? Oh, wait, there are. Hey, oh, I like it. One more. There we go. Let's be real, you're not actually going to want to sit next to your wife. You're going to want your own chair, right? You're doing all this building and now I want to build another castle. Yeah. There. Here, I'll even make it worthy, right? There we go. Now people can stop over and watch TV. The fact, I will say this, and it is just so funny to me. The fact that I live rent-free in so many people's heads. Like the guy that, you guys didn't see him come in. He came in and he made a derogatory comment. He didn't see it because it got caught by the flag. Got caught by the auto catch. But the fact that a guy came in and is that upset, I live that rent-free in the guy's head. It just makes me smile. I don't even, like, the worst part is, I seriously have no idea who the fuck he was. Like, you're completely meaningless to me. And you couldn't even get around a chat block, so you got fucking banned before you got to say anything. Like, dude, move on with your life. I will say this. They didn't exactly get the fucking proportions right. Like, on many things. Like, that's a really big wall mirror. That's a really big above sync mirror. Like, and this is one thing I say about a lot of video games. The character is... Yeah. So, you should be... If you're 6 foot, you should be at the top of a doorway. Right? And it always just makes... Like... My character could get significantly bigger. We got 9 foot fucking doorways, like, or are we all? And I don't want to make fun of the game because it comes from Asia, but are we all like 5'1"? See, this right here is another thing that they need to work on. And I know this is a really minor detail, but there's the light, but the light isn't blocked by solid walls. I know it's a limitation of the engine. I did ask that there was a fucking artist who was in my stream one day, and I said that, and amazing person, very thankful. They spent like the rest of the afternoon, like a good 9 hours, talking to me about the things I needed to know about illuminations and engines, which was great because I didn't know shit, right? I didn't know anything. I told you, Chief is the foreman and the Nutcrackers are the wall workers. They balance, yeah, they have everything balanced off the fucking deviations. Oh, that's right. We have a bathroom sink now. We have so much. We've gotten so many things that like, this one doesn't make a lot of sense to me for the bathroom. It's like half bathroom, half cleaning supplies. I don't use the furniture dyes, no. I might in the future, but for the moment, no. See, this is the part that I regret not playing actively, because I've forgotten like a lot of the shit that we had. And that's one thing that Starry has done. I mean, to give them credit, they have done a really good job of creating assets for the players to use. Right? I'm not shitting on them and their inability to make assets for the players, but they don't put them in the they don't put them in the library very good. Like there's the TV stand that I was looking for. I dyed those cats my ear door. I made myself a copper tub, but I really haven't fooled with it too much. Yeah, I haven't messed around with the furniture dyes at all, really. Mainly because my vision is so bad, the color doesn't really bother me one way or another. The fucking one cabinet go. That's the bookcase. Where the fuck did the one go? See, and they're not in alphabetical order either. I forgot we had this. Although I don't quite understand this piece of furniture. So, is this like modeled off of Indiana Jones? We have like the Indiana Jones hat, but we've got the expensive bag. And is that a fucking whip or is it jump rope? I'm not quite sure. What the fuck household? What's going on in this household? What exactly is the story here? Like, it would be nice if you could click on one of them and then it would take you to all the similar items. Like, I click on dark and then it gives me all the other dark items. That would be tremendously helpful. There's the dark tool cabinet. It's like this one. Just, it throws me off. It's like, and maybe this is an Asian thing, but it's like, it goes with the bathroom set, but then it has the fucking vacuum in it. What do you want? The teddy bear helm and some skimpy skirts? The in-game cosmetics don't exactly fit on a hanger. You are correct. You are correct. So apparently, oh, your hair gets slicked back. I was gonna say, apparently you go bald. But you also step into the fucking bathtub with your sneakers and shit. Like, come on. What the fuck? Come on. Let's pay a little attention. That's weird. Is there only one door frame? Yeah, there is. Why didn't they... There should have been 2 door frames, one with that double walling thing and one without it, but it's how they did it. Is how... And there's no wood door frame that doesn't... Oh, that's sadness. Guess we're using a dark wood door. Yeah, hell with the sneakers. You don't want to be the badass adventurer who died getting out of the tub. You're absolutely right, man. I don't want to be that. I don't want to be that guy. Is it raining inside? It will rain inside if you don't have a roof. It shouldn't rain. Yeah, when I cross over. They did get that fixed. It doesn't rain inside if you have a roof, but it'll rain. Yeah. What we're going to do in a minute, we're just going to combine 2 of the cosmetic packs. What that looks like. A half wall. And if anybody's sitting here and they have a question, I am more than happy to take questions about life, the universe, and everything. Wood. And like I said, I'm gonna stream tomorrow to cover a different game, but I have to do my 5 streams a month for this. How large of a castle can you actually build? That is a great question. If you... Like, the one season, I didn't give a shit. I built, like, the inner building of my property. And then I didn't give a shit after that. So, from that box right there, to that box, and then the square that it makes, that's all my property. That's one plot. His plot's next door. And then I have my content creator character behind it. So that when I do things, I can make sure that I'm doing things with a character that's not played at the insane amount. Well, he can, because he has build permissions, he can build all the way across the 4 square. So he built an amazing castle the one time. Like, it was the one season. It was great. I think it was it might have been when I went to Disney. I think when I got back from Disney, this guy had also built like this amazing Christmas tree. So yeah, you can get pretty crazy. You have that one saved? Cool. How much does the roof look like from this pack? I don't like that. I don't like the rounded roof. I'm not digging that at all. Oh, I'm digging that. I like that. That'll help done. Yeah. Yep, that'll work. I'm really excited that we don't have to move again. If they hadn't fixed the permanent servers, I might have been done with the game. Like, if they hadn't fixed the permanent servers, I would have finished out this season, gone to the new scenario, done that, and then I probably would have been finished for a while, because I was not enjoying having to rebuild all the time. 2, 3, 4. Oh, you. Which is a shame, because this game had some really, really good ideas for the seasonal concept. But they just couldn't get it right. I think the season was too short. I think 6 weeks for a season is absolutely too short. I think 3 months for a season hits the right spot. But then, of course, you have to have 3 months of content. And if you don't have 3 months of content, oh, I do not like that. I don't like that lip. But I guess that is how these roofs lay in. Probably have in a minute I'll probably have the damn dinosaur on the roof, even though there's no path up to the roof. You'll come back to your house and your dinosaur will just be chilling on your roof, and you're like, no, seriously, why are you up there? Like, in what world does it make sense that this is where you are? Oh yeah, I like that. That looks nice. Yeah. Well, fuck. What'd you do? A duck? See, I don't like that we can't pop the windows back in anymore. We used to be able to just pop the windows in. I don't know why it's not letting us. You want him on the roof or walking? Yeah. What the... I can't even imagine the idea of the chef in your party on the 24th. He's gonna be depressed as shit. Just like, hey boss, can I come hang out with you? No, dude, you're depressed. You're depressing as shit. Oh man, you left me at home. Well, look at those patch notes in a little bit. But he's gonna be like, you left me at home. I'm like, yeah, I did. You're depressing as fuck. Hanging out with you for... Like, the only reason why the mobs die when you're around is they kill themselves. Like, that's not really the message I want to be presenting. Oh no, you fucking broke the bag. Oh no, your backup glasses got broke. Shit. That's not good. That makes for a bad fucking day right there. Makes for a bad fucking day, man. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, my vision has gotten so bad over the last couple of years with all the health issues. I have to keep a pair of glasses in the car. Because as soon as it gets so dark that I can't wear my Oakleys, I don't drive at night much anymore. The only 2 times I've driven at night lately is the 2 times I was coming back from Orlando. And that's it. I'm not going to Orlando. I'm not driving to Orlando ever again. But yeah, my vision has gotten so bad that I have to have glasses. I can't drive at night without my glasses. It's not going to happen. If I try to drive without my glasses, I'll end up number one, I'll end up missing all my ramps, which will be one problem. Even with your glasses, your vision is bad. I've stopped driving, even though technically I can. Yeah, I'm at the point where I say this, and I'm not. Oh, I like those better. I'm not joking. When I get to Florida, or when I get to wherever I'm retiring, because I don't know if it's Florida anymore, I want to make sure that everything I need, or whatever I can get, is within walking distance. I want to make sure that I can literally walk to the market. Yeah, we're old, man. We're fucking old. We're the old guard. I feel like everyone who is in the military seems to end up in Florida. Big reason why is because no income tax. No income tax on the pension. And a very nice, forgiving property tax depending on your level of disability. So there's a lot of incentive for ex-military people to go to Florida. I one off. But a lot of ex-military people end up in Costa Rica too. Yeah, those don't provide a whole lot of light. It's not really. It's not really getting the fucking job done. I feel like every other patch they do in this game, fucks with the lighting. There we go. And like you said, I wish we had more torch lighting. Hey, have fun gaming, and what you're gonna go game. In fact, don't even tell me. Talk to me tomorrow. Ah. I am gonna be playing Warborn Above Ashes tomorrow. Very, very good game. Very simple game, very fun game. I started playing it yesterday, and I was like, you know what? I'm going to show this off to my stream. That's what you're playing now. It's a very good game. Very, very good. Very good. See, here's another thing I wish we could do, right? I wish that we could come over, and when we find... I think this would be so useful. When I click on this... I wish I could click on the Blackwood display case. And then I wish all of the Blackwood items could be found. Like, all the Blackwood items would be highlighted. You thought that the pay to win would hurt? Yeah. I will say last night, I got jumped 5 times, and I won all 5 fights. I don't know why people act that way in games. It's pretty shit eel behavior. You like the game, you're playing the game, but your way to behave is to attack people that are low level. And again, I understand as a player, your response is going to be, well, if you aren't ready to get attacked, don't play the game. I get that. What I don't think you understand as a player is that's the exact answer many people are going to give. What they will say is, you're right, I won't play the game. And then all of a sudden, you're like, wait, whoa, that's not what I meant. Well, it's not what you meant, but it's what you got. It's like I said to the people playing Arcade for years. Guys, stop that bullshit with attacking people right inside Silent Forest. Stop that bullshit. It's just shit eel behavior. Stop it. And then they didn't want to stop it. Well, some of those people spent another 3 years in Arcade, and then they were like, well, I've spent like $7,000 on this game and they're closing the game down. Yeah, because you fucking drove off all the players, numbnuts. Like, you spending $7,000 in the first 2 years doesn't keep the game open. When you say stupid ass shit, well, if they don't like it, they cannot play. Okay. Whoa, I didn't mean that. Yeah, you did. That... I think if you stick to your own open world zones, I think they either take 50% more damage or do... Yeah, if you stay in your own area. If you get attacked in your area, which is why it balances out. Absolutely. You are 100% correct. It balances out if you stay in your area. Now, why the fuck did they do this? Why did they not create a small banister? They have a nice wood banister for 3 sides. Oh, that annoys me. Oh. That'll do. That'll do, pig. That'll do. I can live with that. It's looking good. We'll get some lumber. People will never learn, and talking to some of the people in the Discord, there's no hoping of stopping them. Right. It's why Dune flopped. Well, Dune flopped for a lot of reasons. Can we just be honest that the PvP in Dune was just bad? The melee combat was just bad. Where Warborn of Ashes does a good job is you can die and it's not that punishing. Like, yeah, it sucks, break, but it doesn't fuck your whole day up. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, it's an annoyance that you died, but it doesn't mean you're gonna spend 5 hours regrinding. You drop some stuff, you go to you go back to the market. I didn't get to interact with PvP and PvE. I just put a few poison sniper shots into people and they died. Hopefully you'll get through your first zone before people fuck with you. That is kind of my hope for you. Oh yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. That's getting it done for me. That's making me happy in all the happy places. Although I live out in the middle of nowhere, no one will ever see my house. Are they bots? They could be bots. I'm not going to say they're not bots because I don't fucking know. I know that they look the same as the other ones that say enemy players. Damn it. Now the fucking stairs. Fine. We won't try to have nice stairs then. Keep sticking through all the walls. That way. They played like potatoes. What's the biggest insult anybody's ever said about you? I play like a potato. I call people fucking donkeys. That's my way to fuck with them. You fucking donkey. Play like a fucking mule. I think I'm gonna do this for about 5 more minutes and then venture off and blow more shit up. I'll work on this a little bit. Once Human has done a pretty good job, though. They have done a very good job by the looks of it. Absolutely. They've done a very, very, very good job. One of their greatest strengths was that they actually listened. After a certain amount of time, they listened to the player base. And they stopped listening to a certain part of the player base. And I'm not trying to be rude to some of my fellow players, but there are some of you who have dog shit opinions, and you're thinking about what you want today. You're not thinking about what's good for the game 6 months from now, a year from now, 2 years from now. You just want what you want because you want to shit on people. Well, and where I always find it funny is people will be like, I just want a game where I can shit on people. Well, why is that? Because they're my favorite type of game. Well, what other games have you played in the past? They're all closed. Oh, maybe the fuck motherfucker, you should use your brain cells then. Rub a few brain cells together and think to yourself, maybe the games where you can shit on people non-stop don't do well because people don't like that. Maybe you need to recognize that's not exactly a good way, a good look for the game. That's not a good way to set your game up, where you're just beating the dog shit out of people all the time. Now, I'm not saying that there's not a good time and place for that to happen, because there absolutely is. I'm waiting for a game to create a donkey boss to fight for all the donkeys. Yeah. I might try to convince a few friends to come back and give it a go. Next week, Magnus, there is new content. So the 24th, the night of the 24th is the patch. Yeah, the night of the 24th is the patch. So after the patch and it comes back up, we'll be in the new content. Lots of new shit. Lunar Cycle 2 coming back. So lots of new shit next week. Oh, no, I want this one. Yeah. Go. 23rd. What's on the 28th for us? Because the deviation is on the 24th as well. So which one bumped? Because it says the 24th Pacific time. I don't think so. Pretty sure Lunar is on the 24th as well. Yeah, the Lunar's on the 24th as well. Okay, now that's coming together. That's coming together nicely. I'm not... Oh, yeah. There we go. There we go. Yeah. In the stream, yeah, but then in the actual notes... In the actual notes, it's the 24th on both. Which is what caught me off guard. Goes out. Which is what totally caught me off guard, because I was like, why are we doing both the patches on the same day? That seems stupid. But they're in charge, right? Okay, finish this up. I need the desk. There's the inkstone. And I need the... fucking picnic mat. I hate that they call it floor decor, but it's actually desktop decor. Like, why you guys do this? Oh, I need a... What the fuck are the carpets? I mean, oh, I was about to say, I was about to get excited. They haven't exactly fixed it. It's better. Oh yeah, see, now we got a little reading room. All we need in life. Little work room, little reading room. Where's the chair that goes with this set? That one? Is that one? Little industrial table, right? Circular round industrial table. No, I think that's out of place. The Blackwood round table. Yeah. Then we have one of our little specials. Where is our stack of books? That doesn't fit on the oh, it does. No, it doesn't. There we go. Oh, every time we play, we build a little bit of something. We got a nice little reading room. Little Egyptian motif on the wallpaper. So, take a quick break. I'll go fuck some shit up. Right back. Okay. Somebody in game just said, I wish we had 45-degree angle construction pieces. That is something I've talked to a lot of game designers about, the game designers that I know. And they've said a big problem with player building is that players don't realize just how much work it is for each different thing. Like, I never would have thought of it this way, but it's a lot of work for them to get it right. Which is one thing I give Starry Studios a little bit of flack for. Because when they released the building blocks, what they've basically done over the months or the years is they sold, and I didn't like this at all. I thought this was shitty. They released the steel frame glass sunroom with 106 parts. They released the cabin with only 78. Then they released an expansion for the steel glass, but they charged you for it. They released this one with 79, this one with 81. Well, if you have right? If you have 135 parts, then each one of the kits should have 139 parts. I think it's kind of crappy when you're releasing kits. Like I showed you, it didn't have that little 1/8 frame part. Well, why not? Why didn't you create the skin for every one of the blocks? And if you're gonna sell each one of the kits and then sell an expansion of the kit, you're gonna torque off the Western audience. Maybe it will be an expansion later, right? But then you're gonna torque off your Western audience. Now I could definitely see, hey guys, we have this kit, we're selling it, and we're gonna be expanding on it later. And I'd be okay with that. But when you start charging people for the other blocks, maybe the Chinese audience is okay with it. And that's always where we have the disconnect. Like, the Western audience with ArcAge, for example, hated a lot of the changes. But ArcAge wasn't a global release. ArcAge was a Korean game that was then, the global part was handled by a third party. If the primary audience likes the changes, you can count on those being the changes. Which is really why I'm glad, in some ways, Chrono Studio or Chrono Odyssey. I wonder why they accepted. The only thing I can think of is if they think they did the extra work, they deserve to be paid. And you're right. And if you do the extra work, you do deserve to get paid. But then the original one should be a lot cheaper because it has less parts in it. And I mean, obviously, you've heard my opinion. I think charging like $50 for a house building kit is ridiculous. Well, obviously the company has to make money. But I do respect Chrono Odyssey and their idea that it needs to be a global launch. Kakao Games owns the publishing rights to Chrono Odyssey. They also own controlling interest at XL Games, which means they'll be the publisher for ArcAge 2. I'm hoping that Kakao Games listened to what Jake Song said. Any future games, Chrono Odyssey, ArcAge 2, where's my list? Windsmeet East, and then Warborn Above Ashes is what I'll be playing. I heard ArcAge 2 isn't going to be an MMO. It's not going to be an MMO. Because it's going to be focused on the single player narrative. But it's going to be an online game with group content. They did a really good job of expectation management and clarifying their position, because it's not going to be like ArcAge 1. But it is going to be like sort of like Diablo. No, I would say more kind of like Final Fantasy 14 the way it is now, that you can get an awful lot of stuff done by yourself, but if you want to do certain things, you need to be in a group because you can't get everything done by yourself. There is going to be 20-man raids, I think, the last updated number I have. There are going to be caravans. There's going to be PvP, but PvP isn't the driving backbone of the game anymore. Above Ashes, Warborn Above Ashes is very much like Diablo and StarCraft in that regard. Isometric, downward looking. It's pretty in depth. Yeah, there'll be trade packs in ArcAge 2 and ArcAge Chronicles. There are trade packs. There's single player trade runs, there's guild trade runs, and I believe raid trade runs, but what that's going to look like, I don't know. Warborn Above Ashes is PvP heavy. I haven't encountered it, but I've only played a couple of hours. It is a faction-based PvP game, yes. Yes, it is, very much so. Oh, holy shit, guys, it's 1:41. Great show today. PvP is basically all there's once you're around max level. Yeah. Which will probably be a downfall to the game. Unfortunately, because I have found that people that really like PvP have started to move to games that are all PvP and that's all there is. I mean, personally, why would you want to fucking dick around in a game that you're constantly at a different power level than other people? If you really enjoy PvP, go play a PvP game where every round you start at equal power to people. I think that's where a lot of game developers have lost the narrative a little bit. Also, I think the real downfall will be the lack of instance PvP. Losing gear when you're outnumbered because your faction is less online feels bad. Yes. That right there, you have hit the nail on the head with the problem with open world PvP games. Somebody posted this about Ashes. They logged in and they were surrounded by reds and they died. And there's no way to know when your faction will be online. I joined one and 5 out of 6 guilds were BR. Yeah. You have no way to know. Bullshit with you guys for a minute. The chalkboard room. I think the really important piece that we need to get past in the MMO space is this. And I think most people would agree with me. Number one, PvP needs to be meaningful. Now, I understand that there's a 5 to 10% portion of people that want to PvP that are gankers. Now, when it comes to gankers, let me just say, fuck them. I don't care about gankers, and I don't care about their feelings, and I don't care about having them, because the truth is, gankers are not a net sum zero population. Gankers' fun comes at the expense of another player. And when that other player has enough, their end state is they quit playing. I don't like the fact that we have games anymore that are all open world. Right? And then at every single spot, you're vulnerable to PvP. I think these are very niche games. I think these are very games of yesterday. I think these are very much games when developers didn't have the ability to generate the content that we needed. I think one thing Ashes is doing kind of well, is the zone that PvP is allowed in. The problem is that zone should appear in tandem with another objective. So, for example, if all these dots represent world bosses, then, or elite bosses, they don't have to be the biggest one, they just have to be a piece of content, then what happens is, and I saw this in Warborn Above Ashes yesterday, and it was actually a nice idea. So these are all your current. This is your noon server time spawn of all the elites. Well, around each one of those elites, the 3 red zones are PvP zones. When you're approaching it, it gives you the warning you're about to cross over into a PvP zone. And then the loot is twice as much loot gets dropped. This map won't look like this at the 6 o'clock spawn or the 3 o'clock spawn, whichever our next one is. It won't look like this. The next time it spawns, this might be the PvP zone, this might be the PvP zone, this might be the PvP zone. What that does is it rotates around. If you've done good, meaningful loot management, it rotates around which zones are going to be PvP. It gives your PvPers somewhere to go. It gives your PvEers the ability to completely avoid PvP when they don't want to, at the cost of nothing. You've literally doubled your potential population of players for the cost of nothing. For example, Intrepid Studios keeps trying to solve their world PvP problem with dynamic gridding. Well, I've never heard a satisfactory answer for how it's going to solve their problem, but I can take your event, right? This is your campaign headquarters for the attacker. And then you have your, I'm going to call it throne room, but it's whatever it is for your defenders. Now, instead of making this one continuous fight, have 3 objectives. So this is grid 1, grid 2, grid 3, grid 4, grid 5. Each grid is 75 versus 75. Once you're committed to a grid, that is the only grid you may enter for the duration of the fight. So you literally would have 5 team captains. They have to field their team to go to these 5 locations. Well, this becomes strategy. Does the defender put their best on defense at the campaign headquarters? Because if this gets taken, the siege is over. Do they put their best on defense? Because they don't have to put their best on offense, because they're the defenders. They have the grace of time. Obviously, the defenders are going to want to stack a certain amount of their best here. These guys, the smart defensive turtle strategy is put your best in the throne room. But then if each one of these locations held provides a bonus to the defender or the attacker, and then you do 1 bonus, 2 bonus, 3 bonus, and you do, if you ever have all 3 points, you should get a fucking massive bonus. Well, now that creates another layer of strategy inside strategy. Well, that gives you, right? That doesn't quite give you 500 versus 500. It will give you 375 versus 375. Could you tweak that to be 100 versus 100? Maybe. Or maybe if you really want 500 versus 500, then you do a 4th location. That gives you 425. Or it gives you 450. If you absolutely want 500, then you create a minor location, right? It's 25 versus 25. You can mix and match these numbers. You can weight them differently. You keep all of that shit confined for node sieges. Like, hey, look, man, I don't want to die when I log in. I think Ashes in any game, if it wants to have node wars, here's your town. Here's your citizenship list. And then you are a citizen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever. And next to your name is a G or not a G. Are you a member of the garrison or not? When you're a member of the garrison, you get X, Y, Z benefits. Everyone wants to initiate world PvP. Nobody wants to be on the receiving end. Without fair fights, PvP dies off quick. You're right. And this is, again, this is what I said. That's ganking. Ganking is when you want to PvP and your target does not. The victim, they don't continue to play. They quit, which reduces the player count. The goal is, how do you create meaningful PvP without that shit? And the answer is, you don't have open world PvP. And you don't try to have open world PvP cloaked in some... don't try to have open world PvP cloaked in some sort of bullshit corruption system, because it's never going to work anyway. Once you lose once, people usually give up. Right. Because we need to get to this. That's what we need to get to. What can we do for PvP that makes it meaningful? There is no reason in a modern MMO to have random PvP. If you want to satisfy the thirst of the bloodthirsty people, arenas. Final Fantasy XIV has massive amounts of PvP that most people don't even know about, because 85 to 90% of the population doesn't give a shit about it. If they put a really cool cosmetic in it, people go and they do it just until they get enough wolf marks, and then they stop doing it. So if you want to have random PvP, have arenas. Well, the world should have a level of threat to it. I don't disagree with you. Every MMORPG world should have a level of threat to it. A level of threat. You played Final Fantasy XIV and you didn't know about the PvP? There you go. Thank you for being honest. You want a level of threat? Well, then there's lots of ways to do that. Intrepid Studios' original idea about freeholds in nodes and node sieges was great. But what I said back in the day was, I don't think they can do it. I don't think they can deliver it. And it turned out they pretty much can't. And I'm sorry if that's hurtful to them. I'm sorry if they have their feelings hurt, that I don't think that they can deliver on what they think they can deliver. But they've already made so many changes. Like, remember early on when I would challenge Steven and I would say, is this a good idea? Is this a good idea? Is this a bad idea? He'd say, well, why don't we wait and see? Well, why are you already making changes to the game design then before you've waited and seen? It takes a lot to build a good PvP game like Eve, and is very fragile. You're right. And Eve, here, let me, just so we're not bullshitting, let's talk about Eve's problem, right? Let me see how far. Okay. Eve, years ago, right? This was Eve Online years ago. This is Eve's user history by year. Okay? really great introductory years, right? Got to here. Got all the way up here. 58,893 concurrent users. Over here would be 65,000 concurrent users. Why did it do this? Right? Why did it do that? Because your player acquisition funnel, players try to play Eve. It's too complex. It's too, the barrier to entry is too high, and people then get shit on and they quit. Well, could Eve Online have survived better if they had made a couple of small changes early on, where instead of allowing people to blow people up in 0.5 to 1.0 space and then get concorded, what if they had just made it where you can't do it at all? A lot of people said, well, then it wouldn't be EVE Online. I said, no, it'd be EVE Online, but it'd be better. Because you have people that are in safe space, and once they're comfortable, you talk to them, you coax them out to 0.0, and they start to have fun. It's not fun when it's a Tuesday and you're mining and you get blown up and you have no ability to replace your ship because you're in that introductory window where you have all of your assets tied up into your new mining ship. You have no ability to recover. Once you know you have no ability to recover, you're done playing. You leave. I think that would have made the game's population explode. It would have made the game's population explode. And this is where I am. This is where I am an asshole. If any game coming out hasn't studied EVE Online and their population problems and their player acquisition problems and their player retention problems, then you're not real, in my opinion, just in my opinion, then you're not really interested in having a successful game. You're interested in trying to reinvent the wheel, and there's a reason why nobody reinvents the wheel. They use the wheel for reinvented purposes. And it's just that. At the end of the day, it is simply that. Do I like the Ashes Caravan system? I do. I think the Ashes Caravan system on paper is an amazing idea. I don't follow the game enough now to understand why, if they had a caravan system and then they introduced individual trade packs, isn't nobody doing them anymore because of crates, right? Remember, you are supposed to have content for everybody. And if you want the content, if you want the bigger reward, you should make the bigger risk. Like, I remember there was one particular evening in Arcage. There was a guy, not even level 55, running a trade ship from across the ocean. And he just happened to run into me. And I was like, fuck no, I'm taking those trade packs. That's 4,000 gold worth of trade packs. Like 20 minutes later, the same fucking guy and the same fucking trade ship. Thanks, man. I'll take another 4,000 gold. What the fuck are you doing? Why are you moving 4,000 gold worth of trade packs by yourself? So I logged on my other account. I logged on to my my other faction character, and I messaged him. I said, "What the fuck are you doing? Like, you're moving 8,000 gold worth of trade packs with no security." He's like, "Oh, I do it all the time." Okay, where's my candy? Where's my fucking? I'll press the button. Where's my block of cheese? I'll be the rat. The caravan system was designed to be one of the meaningful PvP systems. I think the caravan system is a great fucking idea because from the caravan system, right? From the caravan system, you build one system and you apply it for number one, the tax wagons. The weekly tax wagon from the node to the castle. Number two, you use it for personal wealth. Number three, you use it for guild fortresses, castles, whatever, node development. So now you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ways to use this one system. But you gotta get, the system has to work right. You also take this, and what you do is, as I said, it was one of the 8 meaningful PvP systems. And what it does is it gives PvPers something to do. Back in the early days of Ashes, I heard people say all the time, yeah, I'm just going to run empty caravans or caravans with basically shit in them so people try to attack me. Great. That's a fucking great idea. Now from that system, you have an entire artisan system that touches it. From this system, right, you have, because that's a meaningful PvP system, there's no bounty hunter system, but what if you create the ability to put bounties on people? Like in EVE Online. Is it still going to be that way? I have no idea. I don't follow the game anymore. I don't give a shit about the game because, honestly, the amount of fucking bullshit I went through the last time, being a Ashes Creation content creator, I have no fucking desire to be a part of that community. I have no desire to be part of that community again. Shit, I've made a couple of videos and I already have people acting like fucking morons. So I don't, the problem is, what's the point where, and again, when I saw the comments that Steven made, I was like, I don't want to be in a community led by this guy. I have zero interest in being in a community where this is how a CEO responds to his player base. Zero intention of wanting to be in that community. Zero intention of wanting to be in a community where that's what gets said. Because when you say that shit, you wonder why I got death threats. Carthos got death threats. Numerous other people got death threats. Attitude reflects leadership. That's the leader of the community. What he doesn't like is when people bring up his time as a guild leader in the White Order. Dude, you got shit on by most guilds. You want to bump your gums. You literally paid people to be in your guild. Rich boy syndrome. I forgot what the creator, Neckrage. I think it's Neckrage was the creator that was offered to be bought by Steven to join his guild. I'm sorry, but your own officership has said what a toxic fuck you are. Right? Now, I can't validate if this guy really was who he says he was. I was an officer for the White Order for 2 years through alpha, beta, and full release of Arcage. I was invited to Ashes of Creation very early due to my status in the guild. I've been warning people about this game for a long, long time. I've known Steven Sorcerer for a while, and I knew what was coming. Dude, that was one of the officers in your fucking guild saying that. So, I am pretty much done making the Ashes of Creation content I'm going to make, because there's nothing else there's nothing else to publish. There's nothing else for me to say. If people don't realize by now that Steven's fucking dig at those 4 content creators was out of line and bullshit, then you're gonna get exactly the game that you deserve. I want the game to launch because I already know how much money I'm owed, approximately. I want the game to launch. We can hope that it gets bought. It won't get bought. Magnus, let's be honest for a second. Do you think there's any company out there that would want to buy that problem? Nobody wants to buy that problem. You might see a game in an alternate timeline. We had a competent leadership that doesn't involve Steven, that realizes the original vision of the game, which sounded great. You're right. And really all I can do now is this. My intention is to not hurt Intrepid Studios by putting out the video that they have investors, that they have creditors. That's not the point. The point is how you turned around and said a person who has never ever masqueraded the truth about your company is masquerading the truth about your company. That's an attack on my reputation. So now here's all the, and I have thousands more deliverables, but they're all nitnoid piddly shit. I needed more time to finish the lawsuit one, so I dumped that other one out just to, put chum in the water. At this point, if other people aren't willing by an order of magnitude to start calling out Intrepid and saying, why haven't you answered any of the 3 videos Jay put out? Yeah. Narc put out disingenuous stuff. Narc had valid concerns, but he used shitty video footage to voice a valid concern. I've watched that content like 4 or 5 times. If Narc had just actually shown the state of the world without going out to the undeveloped box, that video would have gone a completely different way. But when Steven turns around and talks about people's mental health or people's burnout, dude, I didn't burn out. I walked away. I took the walk away. I owed my community 1 stream. I got handed the Waynick piece, which my integrity says I have to make the video about. Then you lump me in with those other creators and you talk your mad shit while there's still a death threat about me on your Discord. Fuck off then. You literally have new rules, but you can't not be toxic, so you had to create 3 channels for people to be toxic in. That's fine. It's your company. That's why I don't talk in that Discord. It's why I'm not there. Because I don't give a shit. But when you start, like, known issues, settlement wars are currently disabled. Apprentice armor smithing sect. Okay, this is today's bug fixes. Okay, and then I gotta go because I gotta cook. Settlement mores are currently disabled. Why? Apprentice armor smithing stations are bugged and cannot be used. Sometimes characters have issues when becoming a citizen. Logging out and back in is a workaround for this issue. What fucking data are you getting from this build? What fucking data are you getting? Because as a data guy, as a project manager, how in the fuck do you keep breaking shit in builds if you have a QA department? These builds should be going through QA. When, honestly, and I'm not trying to be a jackass, by the time you're in, I understand that there is no meaningful, definitive statement of what Alpha 2 is, Alpha 1 is, because there is no objective measure of what Alpha 1 means, what Alpha 2 means, what Alpha 3 means. That is all developer specific. What that all means is we've gotten to a level of development where we think we are ready to do this content. They are measuring how many people are so deep that they will follow no matter what. Right, exactly. If you don't understand what data you need, stop bullshitting to people that, well, we're getting data. Okay, well then what? That's a 10-word answer. What are the next 10 words? What valuable data are you getting? Give me the 10 after that. How are you applying that data? In crickets, you'll never get that answer. You'll never hear that answer, because that answer then requires a level of competence. And what it does is they're going to say rah-rah marketing bullshit terms. Everything's fine. Everything's great. We're getting meaningful data. We're making data-driven decisions. We're iterating every day. Everything's fine. Jalon's an asshole. He's just wrong. Okay. Like, if you're happy with that answer. Oh, that's right. They won't use marketing terms. They don't do marketing. That's right. Because that's what their community manager said. We don't do marketing. That's funny because you had a staff member for multiple years whose title was community marketing lead. You went to PAX, Gamescom, PAX, but you don't do marketing. Has Steven reached out since he bashed you? Nope. No, he has not. And like I said, I made a video. I didn't have time to finish the video I wanted to do, but there were other things that I made. Let me back that up. I made a video. Steven made that comment about me, and I said, "No, motherfucker, I'm not the one who masquerades the truth." So we'll talk about these things. Then we'll talk about the money thing. And there are still people that are coming at me like, well, you know that they're really just a creditor. Really? Are we talking? And then the one guy, the one fucking lawyer that came to my channel, he made me fucking smile. He's like, is this just your gut feeling? No, bitch. I can use Black's law dictionary if you want. Most average people in common discussion aren't using investor and creditor in terms of Black's law dictionary. Technically, everybody that you owe money to is your creditor. I don't consider in common discussion Waste Management being my creditor, although they have in fact extended me a line of credit because they perform the services and then invoice me. That is a creditor. But in everyday usage, you wouldn't call them a creditor. You would say, yeah, I have a Waste Management bill. If you want to put that shit into terms, then the last time I checked Black's Law Dictionary, an investor and a creditor are identical because there is no requirement in Black's Law Dictionary for an exchange of equity. And if there is, I've looked in 11 and I've looked in 12. I've not found that. It might be in there, but in business, we say you're investing in a company and we know that to be you're getting equity. which is why you're not a Kickstarter investor. You're a Kickstarter backer. Because the thing you're not going to get is a ROI, a return on investment. So if people want to come at me that way, that's fine, man. We can use the law dictionary terms. You're just building my case for me then. Anyway, tomorrow I'm going to stream a little bit. I'm going to stream Warborn Above Ashes. I do have to do 5 streams a month for Once Human. And then I'm going to be happy because this week we're going to have some new Once Human stuff. So I'll be able to knock out 2 more streams for Once Human with the new stuff. And then next Tuesday, I switch to tactics and I don't do politics shows until I have fun with tactics. I will see you guys tomorrow.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gale, Daisy, the Chaos Fund?